Or just do awkward jokes. That makes it seem like you're a team player.
All about the interviewer's mother.
Right.
I hope to God I
Yes.
never have to go for another job.
That fits definitely under motivational fit, right? Though I did, I don't know if I ever told y'all this, but I did create like because we have at work we have this thing called the progressive sales philosophy, right? Basically, it's like this is how we sell insurance, right? It's actually pretty cool. It actually teaches you how to be a salesperson, which is nice. Um, and to make it like each of like the coaches on the team like named their like team, so like like somebody's like I don't remember what all the other teams are, but my team is Nick's PSP Wizards, because I'm a nerd. And so I actually made a PowerPoint with the PSP Tower of Wizardry, where they actually have to like work their way up like through the different floors, and I put like Reginald the relating ranger and the dynamic duo, and like Adrian the advocating alchemist, and I like made this like fun little like fucking thing to like teach them basically how to sell, even like just using a bunch of like D&D stuff. It was fun. So
I
that's
mean,
one of my
that
interview examples too.
that's so nerdy.
Yes, but how much more fun would it be to learn how to sell insurance like that versus me just talking about it?
All right.
A lot more engaging.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because I'm like, where is this man going to go? Oh, Wizard Tower? How does this relate to insurance?
Well, you
You're
see,
gonna remember the Wizard Tower.
in order
Have
to
you
get
ever heard
into
of the One-Horn Pirates?
in order to get into the front door of the Wizard's Tower, you have to ask preliminary questions. It's like how you start a conversation on the phone. You see how I can do this? It's an analogy. So, yeah. I think that'll be interesting. I don't think I wrote something about like I don't know. I'm just judging all of the things I wrote. uh Oh yeah.
If I ever had to look
I'm
for
putting
another
this away
job, I'd
though.
be like a woodworker or something.
Yeah. I mean, the nice part is like there's no like even if I do bad and I don't get it, like no biggie. I just keep doing what
Right?
I'm
Doing what
doing.
you're doing.
Oh, yeah,
Exactly.
totally, yeah.
And I can always try
Eventually
again
get-
later.
Speaking of trying again later, I think last session we picked up with Zara trying one more time to burgle the Lord
Huh.
Montaigne Jaeger's banner.
Are you
I
being serious about that?
I I thought it would go a lot better, honestly. It did not.
Some
And
high
I
sneak rolls,
apologize.
but
I'm
some
really
low
sorry
wisdom
about that.
saves.
Yep,
She was
I'm really sorry.
able to do a little bit of poking around, but was thwarted by a brain in a jar up on a high shelf behind the bar, which she wanted
Wonder
to
where he
go
got
back.
that.
Wait, do I still have the brain jar or no? I dropped
Didn't even
it.
get to it.
Ah,
You're making your way towards it when you got somehow held in place as if by an arcane ward of some such, and then you were oddly compelled to make yourself visible. And in doing so, you effectively alerted the guards and jumped out the window of the second story
by setting
and
the place on fire. Again.
started a small fire.
Again, yeah. Molotov
It's not my
cocktail,
original
actually.
plan.
A distraction so that
It's
you
not
could
my
flee.
original plan.
Party found out that Lord Jaeger's got a new bodyguard, this Star Knight sword dancer guy that was not able to keep up with Kevin once she was off of the manor grounds. And Rafal had a good conversation with Lord Montaigne Jaeger, even invited him to the grand opening of the Arboretum.
He's a son of a bitch.
But if it weren't for that darn burgle that was happening right in the middle of that real good conversation, who knows what could have become of it. But later that same night, there was a little bit of a scuttling across the covers of a bed, and Thule was awakened by the movement of a small creature that had made a message across the floor in the bedchambers to make her way to this, effectively encouraging her that they need to talk. And so, following this rodent, she went upstairs and woke up Zara, told the head of the wharf rats, Shelby, that she was going to be making her way out to wake the others if she's not back by dawn. And then the two of them went down into the sewers following this rat, where, unbeknownst to them, the party ally Callum of the Ridge Bottom Exchange had also been hired on by this green bearded bugbear to protect his employer, making use of whatever arcane magics he had available to him. And so you guys all met inside of Reverence's gathering spot in the sewers, where negotiations were made to set up a meeting with the party leader, Rafal. And effectively, he's coming out waving a white flag, saying he's willing to surrender. He doesn't want to be taken out in just a couple of swift sword slices, that he would much rather talk his way out of this situation, even if it means jail time on his end. He's okay with that. And as a show of...
That's what the Requisitors are going to have in mind, but if it saves Trinia, fuck this guy.
And as a show of good faith, he assisted in breaking out one of the party members from the guard's citadel, where she was being held after getting committed for her crimes, as the simulacrum Zara made her presence known. These negotiations turned a little bit sour as Zara told other Zara about how it was Thule that narked on her to the guard, and things quickly started to fall apart from there.
Boring conversation anyway.
And so the party made their way back to the Phoenix Feather Inn, where all these details were being shared. And in the meanwhile, some people had taken notice that seemingly overnight, Agrimar had once again changed his form, becoming a new celestial, almost opalescent white in body with much longer, silkier flowing hair, as he cast off like the sins of his past, essentially. And in this enlightened state, the party just started discussing, throwing everything out onto the table. And I think that Rafal heard some footsteps upstairs, and after excusing himself from the rest of the party, caught Zara upstairs packing her bags, more or less kind of breaking up with the party for the time being, saying that she's going to be leaving and she's heading to Callum's place, that she just doesn't feel a lot of trust here with the party.
Yeah.
So she left this incredibly, ridiculously powerful staff with Rafal, with orders to give to Callum, as she made her way out the window and into the night of the city. Thule had made her way over to the Baylor's retreat, looking to gather some more intel from Reese, but either due to the late hour or due to the mission that he was sent off on, she didn't find Reese waiting her, but some other member of the Veil, who was seated in Reese's booth, who was significantly less helpful in Thule's endeavors.
He was not helpful at all.
She threatened to kill him, in fact.
So I think
Yeah.
she set up a meeting for Reese to give word as soon as he returns that she needs to talk to him. And I think that's about where we left off.
Kind of.
We left-
So Rafal came back downstairs, and Callum was at the front door. And Rafal handed over the staff, and Callum gave him a note, supposedly from Reverence. And when Rafal opened said note, it said, "We need to talk about Iliosa. Or we need to discuss Iliosa." And I believe Thule, Rafal, and Agrimar also had a conversation of sorts about everything that happened down there, kind of exactly what Reverence said and everything like that. And Rafal, kind of because he's the only one that's like, him and Agrimar are the only ones that have been around for almost everything, or at least heard about the other things from like a direct source. He's the only one that really knows that Reverence is leaving out a big part of his story, which is Zumeria. He doesn't mention her at all. And so is particularly interesting to Rafal. And so when Thule asks, well, do you want to talk to him like right now? Did my mic cut out?
It swapped to a different
It
mic.
swapped.
Is it back?
Yeah, it's back.
Yeah.
Okay, that was weird. Yeah,
It sounded like it switched to a different mic.
my wire came out, so yeah, I don't know what mic was. Oh, it might have been my headphones.
It sounded
Anyways,
like it was coming from the microwave across the room.
yeah, but it's back now. It sounds fine now. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep,
you're good.
yep.
I noticed it. I noticed it really quick. I was like, okay. So Rafal said, yeah, and so I believe Thule was on her way to.
Yeah, she was about to go back into the source to fetch Reverence.
And that, I believe, is everything.
Were we
Think
bringing
so.
Reverence here, or were you going
Yes.
to Reverence for fall?
Yeah,
We're bringing
Plan is
Reverence
to bring
here.
Reverence to the inn because of all the sigils.
and
Yeah.
Rafal basically said, I don't care who he brings, because I've got you two.
I'll fucking kill him.
Tula, if you wouldn't mind just rolling me a survival check to see about how long it's going to take you to retrace your steps. If you follow the
14.
rat.
Gave her the map of the sewers.
Yeah, we gave her the map.
But she's got to remember the trail that the rat led her through.
Well,
You dirty
technically,
rat.
the trail that the rat led her through is locked now.
Well, we can grab Shelby.
But we need Zara. Oh no, Shelby could just pick the lock, I suppose.
Oh, Zara needs to relinquish their keys if they're not going to stay at the inn.
You're going to have to find Zara to tell her that.
revolt.
Yeah.
Agrimar, do you have a way of just making a new key?
If I have the old one, I could do the old Lowe's key copy trick.
She could always go back through the sewer entrance that she came out of.
Yeah,
when she left.
there's more than one way to loop back around to underneath the inn.
Yeah, you don't have to use this door to the sewers.
Okay.
Your tunnels aren't exclusive.
Speaking of that, I'm going to spend an hour and make a new key to this. That way we have a dupe.
Probably a good idea. Don't make too many.
Intelligence
though.
save for that one.
All right, I'll do that.
It's a save?
Rafal, stand me.
Standing next to you.
Oh my gosh, I thought you were talking about Julie. I'm like, she's not gonna make an intelligence save well.
Actually, that's really good. I got a 21.
Let's
All right.
go.
So he's got a pretty good recollection of how the different tumblers were laid out in this lock.
I was going to say, you made the door.
I made the locks, yes.
Doesn't mean he'll remember it.
Nope.
So as Agrimar begins working on a new key for the sewer door, Thule makes her way beneath the inn through the tunnels. And
all waits.
as Rafal waits. Tuli, it's going to take you maybe 45 minutes to retrace your
Oh.
steps, and you come back into that sort of multi-junction where one of the tunnels has what looks like a white X marked on the side of it. And you follow through that tunnel the rat led you through previously towards the larger chamber that begins to open up. And you can, once again, you can hear some hushed kind of quieting of each other down as these soft voices begin to whisper just shushes as lights are slowly doused out as your footsteps start to echo down these tunnels. But re-entering into this room, you can make out about a loose scattering of about 25 common folk down here, each of them huddled around smaller, dimmer campfires, each of them in their own sort of makeshift bedding with their own sort of trash jumbled together lean-tos for shelter. There's almost a look of relief that washes over their face whenever you are the one that walks into the room. Like, it's much better to see you, a familiar face, walking back in than, say, an Atia, for instance, in the middle of the night.
Understandable.
And so upon seeing you, some of the campfires begin to glow a little bit brighter one more time, and just the soft hush of voices does begin to grow a little bit in volume as they reacclimate themselves. But looking around inside of this chamber, you do not see Reverence anywhere.
Are there any of like his is like the bugbear there by chance?
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. 19.
That's pretty good. You don't see the bugbear, but you do see some of these almost elemental water serpents. These strands of water that are doing their best, it seems, to wash some of the occupants in one corner of the room. Like it's sort of like what would normally be a public fountain made possible through the filtrations of the water through magical purposes for these guys. So some of them are like refilling drinks, others in canteens, others are washing their hands and feet off. Some of them are washing some of their clothes in this filtered elemental water that is just animate. And having seen this spell a number of times previously, you know, it lasts no more than an hour. So at the very least, Greenbeard must be somewhere nearby.
Okay. She'll approach one of like the fires, like the people around the fires, and ask maybe if they would happen to know where Reverence went, or if he'll be back soon. I don't know.
You approach one of these campfires, and there's a bit of a more gruff looking, stockier individual who's curled up into some of his blankets. He has some his graying beard grows out into a more orangey blackish color, but the first few inches from his chin are much more of a shock white in color, and the tips of his beard eventually just kind of trail off into a crimson red, a long since faded color. But this gentleman sort of surprised that you stumbled over here, as it seems he's probably a bit more used to being left alone down here in the sewers to his own. It turns to greet you, you can help yourself to the fire.
Oh, thank you.
I
Sorry
haven't
to
any extra rations for you, though.
Oh, that's completely fine. I actually I had a question if you'd be able to answer it for me. Would
Aye.
you happen to know where Reverence went?
He was here earlier this evening, but I think he's since receded back into his tunnels.
Is
It
there
seems
like
the king has business to tend to elsewhere.
would you be able to point me in a direction, maybe?
What's in it for me?
Hold on. Hold on. Let me look at my bag of holding real quick.
I could use one of
How
them.
about
I could use a
how
bottomless bag.
here? I'm going to give him. I don't even. It's probably more than what is actually needed for this, but I'm going to give him the 4 days of rations that I have in my bag of holding, as well as a tent and a bedroll.
No roll needed for this. Like, he seems to light up a little bit. Says, can you keep those in there till you get to them, or you need me to show you the way, or are you giving me those now?
You can just have them.
You mean it?
Hmm. I have currently no use for them.
It's gonna be awfully muggy where you're going. But all right, as he kind of excitedly reaches for the items that you're pulling from your bag, and says, last I saw was about, couldn't have been more than 20 minutes ago. He went down that way with some of his regulars. They were talking about making their way back to the main camp. Uh, sorry, take the main flow back into the caldera, follow the tunnels for about 80 feet, and it should be your third left.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your help. And
Oh, thank
really, just
you,
I hope
lovely
you
lady.
I hope you get good use out of these items. And she'll set off.
As you start following the path set out before you, it's not too long before you come across another sort of like a an outpost, if anything. It's a smaller cluster of individuals, about four that look to be loosely gathered around a few crates of supplies with low lantern light at one of these intersecting junctions where they have a pretty good line of sight for a decent distance in many different directions. And they look to have a number of light crossbows by their sides, kind of propped up against walls, spears and daggers amongst the within arm's reach. But it looks as though this light guard outpost doesn't seem to pay you any particular mind as you start making your way up their tunnel. And then proceeding past them, you can see they look to be otherwise preoccupied by a hand of cards, but are nonetheless bothered by the humanoid passing through. And then you start to catch the glowing of more campfires and another larger segment of these sewers. Let me see. I think I got a map for this. And as you emerge into one of these larger chambers, you can see this looks to be another one of these flood recesses with oversized basins meant for ocean storms that have made their way into the coastline, with large tanks that are now otherwise occupied with what looks to be crates and barrels of supplies, extra sleep gear, larger supplies of things like torches, food rations, rice, beans, and the like look to be more towards the front, and many of those crates and barrels look to have been opened and then resealed many times over. There are a number of braziers here providing some decent light coverage for this room as you are entering it, and I think I just need to grab your token. And among the many campfires that are in these larger chambers, there look to be several dozens of curious faces taking the occasional glimpse your way.
Real quick,
You
am I
can,
supposed to be able to see something here? There it
I got a
is.
black map as
there
well.
we go.
I'm just on the
Yeah, I'm on the
top
city
map. Yeah.
Stand by, everyone else.
Must be nice.
I had a black screen for like the first half hour.
I didn't move the other players from anywhere else, so I don't know why you had a black screen.
Still on a black screen.
But now I just changed you to a different black screen.
Yeah, now I'm
I
at
just
a.
now,
I see black screen.
now I just have
Oh,
to
I
give
see.
you guys your own light tokens.
I can theater to the mind. I'm
New dynamic lighting.
I'm photoshopping at the moment anyway, so don't worry about me.
What are you photoshopping?
You'll
Does
see.
that work? Can
Oh.
everybody see on
I
this
can
map?
see tokens.
And the danger she might be or not be in.
So Tula, you enter a
Oh,
larger
no.
camp of the rat folk down here in the sewers, and you can make out dozens of these Skaven folk, a couple of lizard folk among their numbers, some other hybrids that you might not recognize. All of them just sort of casually leisuring themselves about the sort of cobbled together tables, benches, and barracks that are available here. You can see a number of doors look to be propped up over tunnels, some gates that look to be present with guards on occasion. Like they've got their own functional campsite down here amongst the tunnel walls.
So all I see in here are like rat folk and other hybrid-ish people.
Roll me a perception check. Because currently, yes, you see lots of humanoids, rat folks, lizard
15.
folks. You can make out the occasional thumping of larger footsteps, and what you swear is a rat folk that was like about 10 foot tall crouch into one of the tunnels and dip into the darkness. But with the low light down here, it's hard to say for certain if that wasn't just a trick of the shadows. But after about 5-10 minutes of just sort of starting to walk these campgrounds, you do spot the bright orange hair of one of Reverence's right hand peoples.
She'll approach them then. Oh, the
You see
door.
Kima Sunblight emerging, walking towards a set of double doors that has been a bit more populated than the other routes in and out. And you can hear a little bit of commotion and revelry on the other side, like many sounds of like a tavern. And she's walking towards those doors.
I'll take a peek in there then.
All right.
Oh, okay. Yep, there's light.
So you can see that she starts making her way in and around through a couple of pairs of double doors that look to be capable of bracing and reinforcement in case this place were to ever be seized or under attack by some sort of larger sewer occupants. There are all sorts of shelvings built into place to barricade these doors. And inside, you can make out about half a dozen patrons in varying states of drunk and a red-haired, white-bearded dwarf that looks to be doing his best to pay attention to the few semi-conscious tenants that he has seated at the bar as he's refilling their drinks and exchanging whatever tales that they might be discussing. It seems as though they're talking in Dwarvish, so you're not quite sure what they're discussing exactly, but it doesn't seem to be anything more than the occasional just chatter.
Okay. As she goes to the door, what's her name again? Kiva?
Kima Sunblight.
Kima. As she's going through the door, she's gonna try to grab her attention.
How would you like to do so?
She'll just be like, "Oh, excuse me, just a second. Sorry.
I
I'm looking for Reverence. I have a proposition for him.
You're Zara's friend, aren't you?
I think friend is a loose term. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, it's seeing as the state of things, yes, but I don't think I caught your name earlier.
Tuli.
Tuli. Call me Kima.
Lovely
Come
to
all
meet
this
you
way
on
for a
better
drink?
circumstances. Sure.
Well, then I suppose the first mug will be on me then. as she makes a hand gesture towards the dwarf behind the counter, who gives her a nod, looks over to you, kind of eyes you up and down once before reaching behind him for a bottle of something that he starts filling a couple of mugs with. Can't say I've ever seen you around here before.
No, I can't. I've never been in this part of the source, honestly.
So what brings you so far into the drain?
I need to speak with Reverence.
Again so soon?
Yes,
Didn't you just discuss with him a few hours ago?
I did, but other discussions have been had, so I need to update him.
Right. And what are these updates?
Um, a meeting?
That seems a bit vague, but all right. Tell you what, why don't you wait here? I'll go get the man, and I'll be right back. As she turns around, circles off of her stool, hops up, and just starts making her way towards the doors one more time. As she starts pushing the double doors to the tavern room open, the bartender makes his way over and slides these two glasses of beverage in front of you. So are you going to take a seat?
Yes. Yep, I'll take a seat. She's gonna sit right next to the door.
First time, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, I can recall my first time down here. It was a bit of a culture shock to me, too. You know, a lot of surface folk consider these people down here to just be nothing more than monsters.
I know. It's very unfortunate. They don't deserve that.
As I understand it, there's even some back alleys you might be able to snort out a couple copper for a few rats' ears.
Rat's ears?
What I'm saying is, oftentimes the gutters can find all sorts of trash washing down its way. Don't want to see you bringing any trouble round here, if I'm
Oh,
making
no.
my point.
Oh, no. I got you. I understand the point you're making. I'm not here to cause trouble.
So what brings you here then?
A simple business meeting, if you will.
A business meeting? What sort of business might you be discussing at this late an hour?
I thought it was like 4 in the morning. I guess that is kind of late, 4 in the morning.
Most business meetings don't happen at 4 in the morning. Usually.
It's what time they're up in Japan, okay? Like, we got to do what we got to do.
Oh, I'm not sure if I can disclose. I don't know how things work down here. I'm sorry.
Well, feel free to tell me. I can keep a secret.
Can I insight check him?
Sure thing.
It's 24.
He looks like the kind of guy that would sell your secrets for a few copper pieces. There is nothing the least bit trustworthy looking about this guy.
I'm sure you'll hear of it at some point. I'm sure word travels fairly well down here.
Yeah, everything washes this way sooner or later. So you're going to be needing another one of those.
Tuli hasn't even taken a drink of that first one yet. She's
Gestures to the two untouched beverages in front of you.
Oh, no, not anytime soon. Thank you though. I should pay you for these actually.
Sure
How
thing.
much?
5 copper
Okay, 5 copper it is.
apiece.
Okay, 10 copper then. She'll gladly give him 10 copper.
He counts out every piece as he slides his way across the counter before he looks you back in the eyes. All right. Then I'll be getting back to my evening then, as he shifts his weight back over towards the conversation he was having about the time that you walked in. And you're left here just to your own thoughts, noticing that you're catching some stares of some of the other patrons posted up in their booths and tables. And then there's a little bit of commotion outside. You can hear scampering of feet this way and that before the doors open with a hearty creaking of the groan of wood, and a couple of figures start to make their way in. The first is the stout Lady Kima Sunblight, followed by the purple skinned tiefling by the name of Reverence. And trailing behind the two of them is a larger, roughly ogre-sized rat folk that looks as though he's under the effects of some sort of arcane spell, with a number of glowing sigils across his person, and noticeably larger than the other rat folk in here.
How the hell did they get a giant rat folk?
And you can make out the occasional greenish tinge to the fur across this larger rodent, as he stands by the outermost pair of doors, just blocking any exit as Kima and Reverence make their way into the tavern. Kima pulls the doors open and is quick to point towards you for Reverence, gives her a polite nod, and then swoops around on your opposite side, taking the stool beside you and scooping up the glass on the countertop in front of him. Drinking alone? I hear that's a right proper way to get yourself killed.
No, just figured it would be rude to start on the drink without my company. Well, without your company.
Well, I'll cheers to that then.
I have a proposition for you regarding Rafal.
I'd be happy to hear you out. I was worried I might have been unclear about something and you were coming for further instruction.
Oh, no, we just happened to discuss things rather quickly. That's not the word I'm looking for. In depth. We know how to discuss things in depth rather quickly. That's what I was going for.
Very well. And what have you come to conclude?
Rafal wishes to have a meeting inside the Phoenix Feather Inn.
You see his smile just sort of turns a little bit sour at the ends. Step into my lair, quoth the spider.
I can promise you that unless you have any, ill intent towards us, then we won't have any towards you. He simply wishes to talk.
I've
You
heard
can
a great
bring
deal
guards
of
with
promises
you.
all my life. Unfortunately, it does want quite a number to wear on one's trust for others.
Of course, no, that's understandable. Rafal said that if you wish, you could bring an entourage with you. And no harm will come to them or you, unless, of course, you take an action towards us first.
It would be a cunning blow to swipe out any of those most loyal to me in one fell swoop. Why the inn of all places, might I ask? Why not say the Arboretum? In the public spotlight, with many, many people around.
How do I word this? The inn is completely secure, as in nobody can hear what we talk about. I don't know how to insinuate that nobody can hear what goes on in the inn.
I wouldn't be able to reach out for assistance either.
No, that is why we are welcoming you and anyone who you choose to take with you into the inn. And of course, you will be allowed to leave freely.
He sets the glass down in front of him and just starts playing with the mug as he's just trying to distract himself from this conversation. He starts sort of rotating it around on the base, making a little bit of a clatter on his end. As Kima sort of shifts herself and just leans up against the door frame, and the large rat folk just crosses his arms from one stance, unfurling them, and then crossing them the opposite way around.
I'm
Roll me
sure
a
you could.
persuasion check.
Okay, I can do that.
Too late.
33. Tuli, they're not going to intimidate her.
We sent the right person for this mission.
He stops playing with the glass, turns towards you in on his stool. He says, "All right, I suppose you can't build trust without giving a little trust. How soon would he like to have this meeting?"
Immediately, if possible.
He looks over towards Kima, who gives, like, if you were to look, you can see her visibly shaking her head no as he looks from her back to you. Well, I suppose there's no time like the present then.
All right. I could give you time to gather people if you so wish to come with, or if you are coming by yourself, then I will offer you my utmost protection.
Give me a few moments to gather my things, and I'll meet you by the exit. You came in through the west tunnels, did you not?
Yes?
Very well, I'll meet you there.
Bitch, I mighta.
Truly truly has no idea.
Then turned around in the sewers a few times. But effectively, he leaves from the tavern. Kima shoots you one more scoff before she and the giant rat folk follow Reverence, closing the doors behind them. And you can see that dwarven bartender looks over towards you one more time, just with a bit of a different look. Like he's a lot more curious about why you're actually here now.
Nah,
But-
Truly's get the fuck
Who
out of
the
here.
fuck are you?
I was not gonna lie, I was so nervous because I was like, they're gonna try to. I thought for a second that they were gonna try to keep me there, keep
Yeah,
Truly
you
there,
were
and I was like, oh
fully
god.
surrounded there.
Oh, that would be a terrible idea.
Yeah, I was like, I literally, as the conversation was going on, I'm like, okay, if they do something, I need to take her out. I need to get rid of this guy.
Yeah, like I don't think them pulling a move there is like if their goal is to not piss off or fall, kidnapping you definitely not a way to do that.
Should be fine.
Yeah.
But after a few moments goes by, you finish at the tavern, kind of prepare yourself, and start making your way back towards the exit that you came through. When you exit the tavern, you notice that there's maybe anywhere from like 40 to 50 humanoids that have gathered into some of the crevices and shadows that are all just looking your direction. And their attention diverts towards a set of doors in the south of the chamber that opens up as Reverend steps through, and he's now wearing what looks to be a bit of a more drab trench cloak over everything, sort of just dulling out his colors. As He alone starts striding up towards you near the exit, and you can start to hear just this whispering of gossip flowing through these halls as many eyes are on the two of you. As Reverence approaches, gestures at the hallway, at the sewer tunnel behind you, and says, "Well then, shall we away then?"
Off we go, guess.
To the Phoenix Feather Inn. I've heard wonderful things.
It is rather lovely, yes. Very secure.
We're off to see the king, the wonderful King Rafal.
You employ child bodyguards, from what I understand.
Goddamn right.
You have to be careful with some of those kids. They're killer.
I suppose it's a decent way to avert the guards' attention. Clever. But as you start leading him back through the sewers to the Phoenix Feather Inn, was there anything you guys would like to accomplish in the meanwhile? Or shall we jump ahead to Reverence and Thule making their way back to the inn?
I mean, I think we should talk about Kevin and Callum getting to the shop.
Yeah, Callum took the staff and just headed back to the shop.
Because those two haven't talked since what happened down in the sewers yet. Because chronologically, that would happen first.
I dig it.
Well, it depends on where Zara goes. If she goes immediately to the shop, or
that's a
she
good
goes
question.
around the city for a while.
Yeah, she goes immediately to the shop.
Is there anything you would like to do at the shop before Callum gets back?
Yeah, you will get there first.
Loot the place.
Yeah.
As you arrive at the Ridge Bottom Exchange, and you can note that the door seems to be back in repair. Like, it was exploded outwards when you guys had left this place earlier, but Callum does his best, but these tumblers inside of this door is no effort for your lockpicking skills whatsoever. So shortly after opening the front door to his workshop, closing it behind you, you can see a number of these shelves look to have been rekindled as well. Some of the scrap has been swept up, and what looks to be piles of items have started to be sorted. Like different sizes of scrap to be tossed out, items worth saving, items worth repairing, items that are no good to anybody anymore and probably just better melted down for components. But it looks as though Callum has been busy in here, considering the short amount of time that he's had since his workshop has collapsed on itself. He's made considerable work here.
Well, she doesn't know a lot about magic or magical items, so she'd probably just mess things up. She'd go around the shop, look for traps, look for anything that seems out of place, because last time she slept here, she had that weird nightmare, so she'll start looking around for anything off. And she'll also tip the disguise hat and disguise herself as someone else.
All right. Maybe 20 to 30 minutes later, you hear the front door click open as Callum enters the Ridge Bottom Exchange. And who does he see in his workshop when he enters?
Ooh. I don't know if I ever sent it to you, but I sent a token of her being disguised, and I also lost that token. But she looks like that token that I'm talking about.
Callum, you see a disguised figure inside of the workshop at 4 a.m.
Excuse me, can I help you?
Right, yeah, sorry, Callum, it's me. She'll take off the hat, show that she...
Yes. I thought that might have been you, but one never knows these days.
Yeah, everyone's out to kill us, so it's a good thing you were starting to question people who were in your shop. At 4 a.m?
How
Some
are you?
shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I see that Rafal the staff, so that's good.
Yes, he did. I delivered the message from Reverence, and he gave me this. It's yours, if you would like it.
No, I don't do well with I just don't know how to work it, and you all would find a better use for this. So, yeah. Do you mind if I stay here for a couple of days? Just
Of
until
course
I can
not. You
find
can you can stay as long as you want.
Thanks, yeah. Just until everything sort of settles down. I don't feel. Well, you know what happened, so.
Yes, and all I can say is that I can't believe she did that.
No, yeah. After everything that she did, that the best thing to do was to snitch. That. And what? To get on my good side? And I can't believe that I forgave her for the first time, even though I knew that she'd probably do something like this. And she did. And no one believed me that she'd do it again. So,
Lara, I want you to know that whatever you decide, I'm with you. If you want to leave this place behind, I can open up a shop wherever. If you want to stay and help her fall, then we can do that. I just want to help you.
so I already told Rafal that I'd help him out with whatever the hell's going on with MistHaven. I think I'm just at this point where if he says, if he jumps, then I'll jump. I don't think I can back out at this point. So, I've just gotta stay here, I guess.
You don't have to stay.
No, I know I
I
don't have to, and I just
I
don't think I
appreciate your
can.
commitment to Rafal. I don't want to. I don't want to try to talk you out of that. But whatever it is he's trying to do to this city, and I understand he's trying to save it. I care more about what happens to you.
Thanks,
So
Callum, and I feel the same way. But at this point, I've got too many people after me, and well, if Rafal becomes king, then that could possibly disappear, and after we do save MistHaven from this round of trouble, then I don't know. I'll wash my hands of this city and then I'll leave. I don't see myself staying here anymore. Not after what Truly did and why no one took me seriously when she stabbed me in the back the first time, and then here she is still right now, probably at the end helping let Rafal and Agrimar, and they're completely trusting of her again.
I can only hope that they don't have to learn the same lesson.
Probably not. She probably won't do anything to them. It's just me. I was the lowest on the totem pole, I guess. I mean, they probably didn't trust me a lot to begin with. I mean, I know I do stupid things, and I know that I'm hot headed. I know that I jump first without thinking, but.
You're passionate, and you care about those around you.
I know.
That's nothing to apologize for.
It is. I'm just so tired. I just wanted them. I don't know. After everything I've done, I just wanted to see a little bit of support. Just some understanding. And I don't think I got that. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't. So I think I'm
Callum
just.
starts like walking across the room towards her and goes to just hold her.
So I think I'm just going to go to the end and then I'm.
Why
And then
don't you
I'm
just get
leaving.
some sleep? Just
Yeah, I'm
sleep.
gonna go get some sleep. Thanks, Callum.
He guides her to the bed and like tucks her in. And once she goes to sleep, he starts the process of attuning to this staff and trying to understand what it is capable of.
All right. And within an hour's time, you are fully aware of the staff's properties. That's meanwhile back at the Phoenix Feather Inn.
Oh
I guess
boy.
maybe a couple hours later. There's movement at the front door as the latch clicks open. Thule steps in, followed by the purple-skinned tiefling by name Reverence.
uh, I do not know how this starts. Um,
So this is home.
yep. This is home, I guess you could say.
Tall ceilings.
Yeah.
I have to slouch everywhere I go.
That's why you moved out.
That is actually true. Yes, 15-foot ceilings over at the top.
Have you considered a shrinking potion? Just, a few drops diluted into your morning drink.
Oh, that's
Just
not
enough to
nearly
drop
as
you
fun.
enough.
Rafal just like holds up the note. What is this?
I thought it might be time that we have a discussion.
I did find the story that you told everyone else to be missing a very key component, and I would like to hear about it.
The story was every bit as true as the words that I spoke, though. It was not an attempt to deceive anyone.
No, just merely missing an important detail.
And for one so worried about scrying, as he kind of looks around the room for wherever these sort of protections might be, you see his eyes do drift up towards the corners in the room as if he is tracing them with his eyes, and you see this faint glow about his irises as he's sort of just looking at the arcane sigils.
I'm assuming
Phelan
he's
put here.
just casting detect magic.
That's definitely what it looks like.
Okay, no biggie. Rafal doesn't care.
At this point, I thought it was a rave show going on with all the pings coming onto the dim.
No joke though, right? Like I'm assuming he's gonna be like seeing the assault that's happening right now.
Yep.
One could understand discretion being used when referencing discrete matters, leaving out certain details.
I suppose here we can speak freely, depending on, I guess, who did he bring anyone with him, or is it just him?
He walked in with Thule.
All right, well then, I mean, these two know everything. Rafal's just gonna look at him and say, "So, the part missing from your story, is Zumeria. I would like to hear your side of things.
I thought we agreed to talk about Leosa.
Well, we can't talk about one without talking about the other because the lady, oh, what was her fucking name?
They're
Annabelle?
intrinsically
Lady Annabelle.
The lady
entwined,
Annabelle
yes.
is the one that installed her with the king, and I'm assuming the one that helped you with smuggling poison into the castle.
She did indeed.
So how much did you know about who she is?
Well, Zomeria's certainly new to me. I did know her as the Lady Annabelle. But from what I understand now, her connections with the city go back quite a ways. Seems as though she's had roots in this city far longer than I believe even my own mother. It goes back some time from what I've been able to gather, and she has been working many, many years towards a scheme. She has been meticulously lining up all of the dominoes to set into play. As his eyes are just studying your own face, like trying, obviously rolling his own insight checks on you to see how you're taking this, if this is new, if this
Yeah,
is
he
old.
hasn't told me anything I don't know yet.
Is Crownfall pinging for lies for nobility?
No, he's telling the truth. All
No,
that.
I'm just saying his. I'm just.
No, I mean, like, everything he said so far is true.
I know it's true. Does
Yeah.
he know it's true?
Yeah.
Well,
I
he's
mean,
speculating.
The dominoes from way back when. And all that.
yeah.
We know it's somebody even older and deeper than them. So
That's true. Somebody did put a plan in place at some time.
yeah,
Rafal will, he'll say, "What did you know of her plans?"
I didn't know of her ambitions beyond my brother's death. I didn't know the machinations that she held for everything after his demise. I believed her to be truly invested in helping me from my predicament, from being locked away in a tower, the helpless damsel in distress, she ever playing the part of a hero. We came to discussions. She stumbled across me one evening as I was making my way between some of the hidden away passageways within the castle's walls, making my way from, I believe, from my study to the kitchens at some point for a snack. Nobody was supposed to be there, so I was obviously surprised whenever she caught me. But she never told anyone that she saw me, and we continued to see each other through the years. It was nice getting to see and meet a new face, and with the limited availability I had, we became quick friends. So it wasn't too terribly long before she started spinning ideas, if you will, about the world as it were outside, everything beyond the walls of the castle, and about how she could help me through this predicament. It wasn't like anything came about overnight or anything. Years and years of being locked away every single day of your life in the same room, in the same tower, can drive somebody insane. By your own family, nonetheless. And when she presented an opportunity to get out, like a fish grasping at the bait, of course I took it. It was the only opportunity I ever saw. I knew that we were planning on poisoning the king. I have no regrets about what I did.
He was not particularly a good man, so
He was made
I
to
understand.
suffer as I suffered, long and drawn out as he deserved.
The man has been trying to kill me my whole life, so I get it.
You see, he just kind of cocks his head to the side. You don't say. I noticed you fancy a crown about your head, but I don't recall your own coronation.
This thing? You don't recognize this crown? Not the current
recall
crown of MistHaven.
Perhaps why it's all the more curious to me. I know its history.
Call it a fashion statement. Call it putting ideas into people's heads.
And I'm to trust that this curse of the Crimson Throne hasn't spread its way into your clutches. You already wear the crown of the city that you walk.
You already have made your feelings about how you view my power known. What makes you think that I couldn't make a move against Ilioso if I wanted to? I'm a legitimate heir to the throne. It wouldn't take too much work.
Honestly, I'm not sure what stopped you.
The answer to the question that you asked. The curse. I will not let it befall me, and I wish to free MistHaven from it. But there are barriers to these things. Tell me about Iliosa. What did you have to say?
He looks towards Agrimar, Tatuli, and he leans a little bit closer towards Rafal, and in a more hushed voice, still heard by Agrimar and Tuli, assuming everybody's relatively close in a circle for this
I mean, those
conversation.
those two have pretty high passive perceptions. If I
Agrimar was
remember-
actually going to get glasses and present them at the table with some fine alcohol just to try to ease the tensions.
As Agrimar returns with this tray, Reverence leans in closer and quiets his voice as if intending it to only be heard when spoken aloud by those even around this table. Like, some of you still have to strain your ears to hear it. I don't believe she's human. I think I think the Lady Annabelle had. It's going to sound crazy.
Nothing's going to sound crazy.
I think the Lady Annabelle bred her to be queen.
That okay.
Right.
Now, so not so unlike the story she has told me herself, but she told me that she plucked her from a brothel. Right, Ryan?
She did, yes.
Yeah, which would still be in
Make-
line with this
And
story.
still, but well, what do you mean she's not human? Because if I remember right, Rafal has done divine sense around the queen
She
before.
pinged
You
as,
have.
as well, not as one of those other.
She
races,
didn't
right?
ping as
She wasn't
anything
undead, fey, celestial, or
fiend.
fiend, yeah.
So what is she?
I don't know what she is, but I know that she has very inhuman qualities. I know that when she's cut, she heals with a supernatural ability, far quicker than any other cuts or scrapes that I ever had growing up. What I've seen happen amongst many of the people in the sewers below, it takes days to heal from some of these scrapes and bruises. With Leosa, it's only a matter of moments. She, on occasion, she can speak words aloud and draw arcane energy from the air itself, willing the magic into being. Some sort of affinity to it, much like a sorcerer or a shaman, something much more natural, a natural affinity and attunement to the magic around her, rather than something learned like a wizard or a scholar. She seems a bit... I wasn't entirely sure growing up in the castle. I never saw it myself, but I heard word about the Queen's coronation. And a few things started to fall into place. Spells always had a more difficult time landing on her. Illusions were more apt to wash away across her face than to stick around. Something about what she is makes her almost naturally resistant to the magic of others.
Hold on, out of character, real quick, because this is the vibe I'm getting from him. Is he implying that the queen is a Rakshasa? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
Could be.
I mean, because okay, look.
But I would say a Rakshasa would detect as a fiend.
Yeah,
under
it would.
divine sense.
But like, this isn't a crazy tip for him to be on because Sabrina Marin came back from the dead somehow, and that's a
died?
question I still
she died before.
don't know the answer to. The Requisitor killed her, and
the Queen brought her back into the room, and then she came back like a day later. As
she's been this, but she is not undead.
She's unalive.
And you haven't seen her without a helmet since.
And I haven't seen her without. And she doesn't really
like an animated armor.
Did she speak? Have I gotten her to speak yet?
I think you have, and it's a lot more guttural a voice.
I got her to speak like once.
1 or 2 words.
It's
at
like
most.
the fucking mountain from Game of Thrones.
And she does like whatever the Queen says.
Absolutely.
So she's kind of like a thrall-ish.
It's like a modified vampire.
No. You just said a word.
She could be a thrall.
Thralls are things that mind flayers make.
Vampires make them too, don't they? Or is it
Yes.
Spawn?
But we just fought a mind flayer lich, and there's a brain in the jar, and homie's fucking foyer, so...
And we still rats with those little craniums running around the sewers.
Oh, there's an elder brain around here somewhere.
So she could be a mind flayer.
Can we do a knowledge check on some of the traits that he just laid out?
Yeah.
I'll say roll me a nature check for that.
I could try.
Yeah, I
18.
don't have a great nature. I have a +1. Let's go. 10.
I got an 18 on the die for 20.
Pretty good.
Agmar's been around some weird shit.
A group nature check.
I mean, from the sounds of it, it sounds like she's got some sort of natural magical resistance. Agramar, you've heard... Actually, let me see. Give me 1 second.
Does she have Tarask blood? Oh no.
What?
Tarask have health regen, don't they?
Lots of things have health regen.
And magic, like limited magic immunity?
Well, I don't know.
That wouldn't show up as a fey, fiend, or undead?
Okay, yeah, but what about the nightmare things? Because my mom's
that could
doing
be something else.
She could be lying about the nightmare thing and be a really, really good liar.
No.
Witnessed it.
Agramar jumped into one of her dreams.
Yeah, no, I got that firsthand.
No, that's what I mean. Like, we know that's real.
Okay.
Yeah, but that also has affected other people other than her, so I don't think she's special to that.
Right. Well, we
That could
still
just be
don't
some
know.
weird thing hanging around MistHaven.
Yeah, well, that could
Specifically
be
the
Elder Brain
castle.
thing.
I think it's specifically. Well, I think that affects coming from the crown that she chose.
I think so
Because the
too. Because
crown
we
is a
thought it was an
vestige.
aboleth at first, right? The aboleth we thought that's what we thought originally.
Right. We originally,
my
or
initials.
it was the hags. We thought it was the hags, but we
a
killed the
lot
hags
of
and it's still
nighttime
happening.
terrors and shit. Yeah.
Right, and but we killed the hags and it's still happening. And I think it's from the crown, because the crown is one of the
Pieces of Exorcist,
So
which
that's-
are
Right.
drawing them to other people, and
Right, okay.
we haven't been able to talk to Nari to see if she dreams because she doesn't
Right.
sleep.
But snapping back into this conversation,
So, Agrimar, you and Thule have heard of some races of beings, like, for instance, Darrow, like those crazy gray-skinned guys like Daldrick and what was his name? The crazy guy that you guys met down in the sewers.
Oh,
not
Me-
Meepo.
Megrim?
Not Meepo.
Me-
Megrim.
Megrim.
Thank you.
Meepo
Like,
has limited
they-
magic resistance. What?
They are naturally resistant to magic, just tinkering with so much of it, just generation after generation, that this sort of innate immunity starts to build up in their genetics. But there are also things like constructs, like stone golems, that can be made with this anti-magical properties. Just the pure amount of magic flowing through these beings and just the close proximity of it for so long leaves this residual just sort of buffer against magic. It takes more of it to have the same sort of effects against these individuals. Like, their spell DCs are naturally a little bit higher. Their own resistances are a little bit better against magical spells rather than physical ones. Some demons have the same sort of magical affinities, and Nikoloths have the same sort of magical resistances. And that she could be a number of different sort of things. And Agrimar, with the natural, or with the total of 24, you said?
Just 20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You are aware that some of the studies in the textbooks that you went through with Nari about the Ankaesh, they had similar sort of racial affinities to the magics that they weaved. Like, after looking through some of the tunnels and the constructs that they made down below, you experienced some of these. Like, those golems were particularly resistant to the magics that were cast against them, made by these beings that you remember had a particular sort of affinity to magic. The same sort of magical resistance and immunity to poison and such.
Yeah. So if the queen was made, they picked the best traits from different races, injected it into a human, so that way it doesn't ping on people's radars.
Potentially. You know, it's not unheard of.
Yeah, I know that.
Very unusual for a human, though.
Yeah, that kind of stuff normally tears people apart.
Or you're left with like a wild magic sorcerer. Keeps turning into plants.
Or someone left in purgatory for 60 years. You know, who knows what kind of magic they got.
Exactly. Like, how the Fey magic will just slowly corrupt you the longer you stay there.
how do you know this about her?
I've observed some things over the years. Cuts and scrapes and bruises, like I was talking about. But she also can be particularly charismatic, causing some of her staffers and subjects to do things by her will, not their own. I remember there was one such occasion for, I believe it was one of my brother's birthdays. I'd snuck into the kitchens for some of the baked goods, and she was having an argument with one of the chefs about the sort of filling to be inside of the cake. The chef was very much adamant about the pairings of fruits that he was using, and the queen was having none of it. And after simply uttering out a few counter arguments, the chef completely changed his mind, did a full 180 turn, and did it exactly as the queen wished, without hardly another stutter. She hadn't any sort of wand, staff, or the like on her person, but nevertheless he was compelled through some sort of magical suggestion.
Do we know any kinds of things that have magical, innate charming effects?
I mean, Agramar's got a staff that does stuff like that.
And what
Yep.
about creatures or the
Scepter.
Like sirens and that kind of thing.
That is a good question.
I'm sure we could come up with a list of things. I mean, Agamar and Thule have been around a while. We probably have something.
Like, you remember Agramar had a similar encounter with the harpies at the cliffside, where he was getting, like, just seduced by their voices alone. They weren't casting spells on him, but just this natural suggestion power they had.
That creature that Agamar ran into in the sewers. Was it an Ooblik or something?
Yeah, the Elder Ooblets.
Elder Oobliks. They have mind abilities.
Like that brain in a jar that Zara encountered last night.
Well, okay. So what? So what if she's not human? What's your point?
Well, one could certainly make a stronger argument as towards one's proper lineage. And one could see the sway of a crown falling on the head of another, should such information be made public, that the queen wasn't even a human over human subjects.
But the queen wants what's best for the people of MistHaven, so what does her being a human matter?
I was hoping it might matter to you.
I've already told you that I could overthrow her if I wished. Giving me another piece of information to help do that doesn't exactly give me any new information or help me with my goal of making the lives of the people in this city better by getting rid of the requisitors and solving that little issue that my grandmother concocted. Not to mention the other issues facing the city that I could use your help with because many of them lie in the sewers.
I suppose I'm willing to hear you out, but I have heard a few rumors about you and your troop as well. Do you truly keep a celestial imprisoned?
Agamar does a mental check to make sure he's not in prison.
I've heard a number of mixed stories about what went down with those ships just outside of old MistHaven that were making their way up the shimmering stream. Some would swear to the three above that they saw Severus de Vere fall on board that ship. Others still would bet their lives that they saw him fall several days later, when a few interlopers making their way this way and that across the city encapsulated him into some sort of a red ruby.
What if I told you both stories were true?
Would certainly be curious as to what's compelling you to keep a celestial jailed for so long, when it is these requisitors that you are so hesitant to trust. Yet you are the one who has kept their leadership under control.
Well, long story short is that the contract has been altered uh because Severus died, another has gained control of the Requisitors. So even if he was to be returned nothing would change. Is that right, Ryan?
You haven't tried freedom.
I think that's right.
As per the contract, yes.
The problem is the contract that the Mithril Queen made with these devils. And by devils, I mean the Requisitors. And probably, I don't know if that helps give you any kind of insight into your existence, but I hope it does.
I can't say that my mother's dealings with devils is a surprise to me, as he just kind of gestures to himself.
Mm-hmm. So, and that is honestly, I thought the biggest problem facing MistHaven, but I was wrong. And there are even larger problems facing MistHaven, as made evident by the attack on the city by the Golden Lotus.
So what is it Lady Annabelle's after?
That is what I was hoping you could tell me. But apparently I need you. Unfortunately, you are my evidence.
Evidence of what?
Of the truth about the king. And I hope to have you on my side because of your influence in the sewers. Because of what lurks beneath this city.
You see, his gaze kind of shifts from almost like he's had an epiphany, like, oh, your main focus has not been me this whole time. There's something a lot bigger that's happening going on here. And then the confused furrow of his brow, like he's been hearing probably dozens of stories from some of his people about just horrific things. Like, if you can recall the tales the Thieves Guild brought to Thule about the couple of times they stumbled across some of these entrances. It's bad news for anyone who goes to these places. This is the guy who knows all the sewers and where all these places might be at and the stories surrounding some of them.
Yeah, he is. And Rafal needs his help.
As you visibly see him have this sort of realization wash over his person.
I don't know if you've got understand this yet. It took me a while to understand it, but me being king doesn't save MistHaven. There are bigger things happening right now than petty politics. Now,
Like
I will
the
have
Empire?
older. It's older than Zumeria. It's what this curse, it's what has brought low Zumeria. It's what has brought low my grandmother. It is what has brought us low. Even now, there is an evil that lurks beneath MistHaven.
Tell me this. Do you think you know what the old tales mean by MistHaven's darkest day?
Where did you hear that term? Because
I was the
honestly,
one who wrote the
he's the
contract.
first person that has said that. That is not Fall Edia.
My mother told me some stories about the contract that she wrote up with the city's protectors.
Did she tell you about what vision she had of this day?
She refused.
Rafal like slams his fist down on the bar.
She was very adamant that we would not be prepared for it.
I'm sure you are aware of the dwarves beneath the city.
I've helped a few of the Durgar make the crossings.
Has the princess departed like she told me she would?
No, Kima's still down below. Tuli saw her just this evening. Morning, rather, I suppose, now.
Oh.
Should she be?
Did Rafal know? Is that news? Is that news, everybody?
I don't know if that's news for
Is that
Rafal.
news?
I thought
A lot
in
has
the-
happened in the last hour. I have no idea.
There must be some confusion. I'm talking about Bralinera. Oh my god, there she is on the left goddamn side of that picture.
Oh,
The whole
shit.
time.
Yeah, the siblings.
Did not put that together.
As
I'm
Rafal
glad
picks
that
his jaw
Summer's
up
on
off
the same
table.
tip. I like that Summer's on the same tip that I am. Rafal says, no, I'm talking about her sister, I guess.
Yeah. I don't think we've ever met.
Do you not know what's going on in all the sewers? I thought you knew everything.
Of course not. I don't think you fathom how large and expansive the sewer system beneath this city is.
I'm starting to think I might understand it more than you do.
Then you'll understand that no one person could possibly understand everything going on in its depths.
All right. Then
No,
help.
you'll
of
understand that
me
I
more like-
understand that you understand.
I like to think of myself more like a minotaur, a protector of this labyrinth, of the many treasures held inside of its core. And those treasures are the people I've found down there.
Well, they might be the ones that I need the help from, because what I need is to find. I don't know how to describe the giant sigils.
All right.
Rafalso's going to draw out that giant symbol of air for him. He's like, we found something that looked like this, and we need to find more. They might look like this, and then I'm.
They were the giant symbols, right? I can write out the other ones.
Have Agrimar write out the other three.
Giant runes.
Yeah, I'll write them out.
And Rafal's going to say they would be very dangerous places to be. And he's going to describe the mechanical golems and the other stuff.
Booby traps.
And he's taken a lot of this in. But his eyes are just kind of lingering on the four symbols drawn out on the table as you guys are regaling him about these conflicts that you've had.
Could I insight check him?
Sure thing.
Just see if I can get like a read off of him. 29.
29 is pretty good. You get the sense that the following words he speaks are true. As he's looking across the symbols, I've come across something like this in the sewers before, if I recall correctly. Truth be told, I always thought it was the markings of one of the thieves' guilds, making the tunnels for some sort of a passage or another. A lot of the messages they leave behind are almost indecipherable unless you know the cipher that they're already using. But this, as he points towards the earth, the rock giant rune. I've seen this symbol across a couple of walls of the castle's basements. And it was on the other side of the wall of the cell where we met.
In the castle basement?
Yes.
No, we met at the courthouse.
No, he's saying 2. He's saying this one, S5.
Yeah, in the basement. Wait, are you guys on the map? God, I can't see the map. Damn it.
Why can't you see the map?
I've refreshed my page like 6 times.
Put him back on the map, Brian. Yeah, because
I don't know why he doesn't see it.
we met Agrimar
There it goes.
reference for the first
I
time
thought I
under
was in Purgatory.
Acre. And then Castle
Too many
MistHaven
token
all the way
changes.
over here.
Sorry, right.
But he's saying he saw the same symbol in both places?
He's saying he saw that earth symbol in the basements of Castle MistHaven as well as on
That was the
the wall
passage.
at
The
Longacre.
passage went from Longacre to the castle, right? An underground earth passage, maybe?
The secret escape route.
A secret escape route. If we wanted to get to the castle, we could go through Longacre. Haha.
Like, when you say you saw them, like... Because when we saw them, we're talking giant sigil on the floor, right?
So he walks over and whatever Agrimar is using to draw these symbols out, he takes from Agrimar's hand and scribbles like roughly about the size of a rock, a brick stone. And he's like, if this were a brick in the wall, and he makes a small symbol etched upon it, he says, like this, significantly smaller than like the platform you guys saw it on, so that when one traces their digits across the surface of this symbol, a passageway will be revealed. The rock wall will open itself up and close itself behind, making it a bit more nondescript than, say, the seam of a door.
The big rune was air, right?
Yeah.
That lifted the big stone platform down like an elevator.
That's right. Okay, so we just have to find...
Riddle something stone. Hold on. It might mean something.
No, they're just magic runes.
No, I know, but like if... Yeah, it's my own thought process. Don't worry about
So where the fuck did those fucking phylacteries go?
it. I'm going to speak with someone in the morning, but you continue your conversation with your uncle.
That's a really weird thing to say aloud.
I have to talk to a man about a horse.
Horse named
You need to take a shit?
What do you-
He's a centaur. Thank you very much. No.
Oh,
What do
okay.
you know about the crown that the queen chose? You were probably out of the castle by that point.
I was gone before the queen's coronation. Only
Okay.
what I've heard in stories, that she melted down the old one.
Well, right, but she chose a crown out of the treasury. A specific crown. Did Zumeria put her up to that? Or
never
Annabelle,
told me
did
if she
Annabelle
was.
put her up to that?
She didn't run that by me.
Okay, what about nightmares? Was she having nightmares when you were in the castle?
I know that after my brother's death, the screams at the night of the castle were more frequent.
Your brother have nightmares?
Oh yes, terrible dreams, constantly plaguing him. It one of the few sparkles of joy I had in my tower was hearing him unable to sleep at night.
Did he ever tell you what they were about?
No, but I would assume it was many of the poor choices he made throughout his life coming back in a karmic sort of justice way, preventing him from sleeping.
Okay, so then the dreams can't be related to the crown because she grabbed the crown after Fact.
Did you experience nightmares while living in the castle?
No. I mean, it wasn't the most pleasant place. I had the occasional night terror, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't wake up in my bed screaming the way that he would sometimes.
Okay, so it's not the castle.
Well, then why is my mom having them?
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Has she consulted with the local cleric?
This one right here. Here you go, local cleric. Here he is.
But not
Maybe
for
he
that
would be able
particular
to
ailment.
prescribe some sort of a dream tea to help her through the night.
I have to.
Akramar's going to keep a comment to
You
himself.
could ask your horse trainer about a tranquilizer of some sort.
Rafal like stands up and like walks away from him and just like motions for like Thule, you talk to him, and like Rafal's is gonna like rub his temples and like look into the fireplace and like think for a second.
This conversation is way out of Tuli's area of expertise.
I just wanted to take this chance to say once again, I am sorry about what went down with you and Zara. It was completely out of the scope of what I had intended. I had pictured it being a bit more cheerful and reverent than what actually happened.
It's not your fault. That was entirely my fault, truly.
I didn't realize she had a twin.
Me neither.
I didn't either.
Yeah, we were not aware that she had a twin. We thought there was just one of her.
If you'll excuse me, the DM will be right back.
This guy doesn't know dick. Ugh.
Agramar will walk over and whisper talk to Rafal. So, what's the play, Rafal?
Out of character, I don't know.
Well, I mean, is he going to stay alive, or are we going to turn him in?
I mean, no, he's walking out of here. Absolutely. Like, there's no reason.
Long term.
Yeah, there's no reason to do anything to Reverence right now. I mean, he's small. He's a lot less powerful than I thought he was.
I mean, if all he's got is rat folk, they're nothing to worry about.
He
I
has
thought he even had more information than he actually does.
He's got the same information, it's just we've spent a lot more blood getting it.
I mean, but we even know more about the sewers than because he doesn't understand. Like, that's the
He
thing.
doesn't know that the Valerian dwarves are even down there, probably.
Yeah, he like us saying, Bralinera's there was news to him.
Oh no, he's a minnow in a shark pond at the moment.
Okay.
Perhaps you've got some more questions that I can answer. Satisfy any growing curiosities?
If I might ask, what are you truly trying to achieve? Are you trying to achieve peace and prosperity for the people down below? Or are you just trying to get some semblance of power so that way you don't have to hide anymore?
Truth be spoken, I think independence for the people below would be the most optimum, though I know I would only cloud my thoughts to try and make these ambitions vocalized. I don't consider myself to be incredibly ambitious, but I do know that there's a lot of people that could use someone like me, a middleman, somebody to put people in line with where they are needing to go. I don't hold any sort of grand ambitions. I never wanted to be king over this land, or monarch over any sort of a kingdom. I just wanted out from my tower. And frankly, that is more than enough for me. I would be more than happy to settle with just that, if it's the least I have to walk away with. But if I'm able to help a few people along my way, I would much rather do so, lending out a helping hand to those who are in need of it, whenever I didn't really have a hand reach out to me with genuine intent. Sometimes people just need a hand up.
Well, Reverence, you and I are... Well, we have similar origins, and I understand how you feel completely. Making up for past transgressions is difficult. Requires a lifetime of work. I don't know what Rafal wants to do, but I would like to see you succeed in helping people, personally. And if I can aid that, then I would like to.
He stands up to walk around the table towards the side that Agrimar is standing at. And he holds his arm out for a big old handshake and says, well, then I hope that perhaps we can put the differences of our pasts behind us and work forward towards something better together.
Agmar is going to take a side glance at Rafal and see if he's getting any kind of reaction from this particular part of the conversation before he shakes his hand.
I don't know. Is he lying?
He seems to be speaking with genuine intent.
Seems to be. Rafal will just give you a slight nod.
Thumbs down. Kill this one.
Oh, yes, yes. Give me the words. No.
Excuse me, sir. We're not even joking about those things right now.
I've had plans all weekend for this. If I would have got the word,
he's the king of the rat folk, Agrimar. Get him.
You want to leave this place and be safe?
Prize.
I know a perfect place for you to hide. Agrimar will take his hand firmly. I know that you don't want your people to be down below forever. And I think we intend to make sure that everyone has a place in MistHaven. Above the surface, if need be.
Not everything is so dreary in the sewers. Sometimes there's a bit more filth running about the mucks of these streets than there are down below.
Rafal turns around and says, there's more filth up in the castle than below.
Does seem to have its fill of shit running downhill.
Okay. Reverence, I believe you. Mostly because you have no reason to lie to me. Here is what I propose. As of right now, the Requisitors don't know that you are the one that's responsible for the king's death, and it's going to stay that way. Because if they did, they would be your biggest concern.
I have no intention of meeting with them for any sort of negotiations.
And I have no intention of turning you into them.
Then I'm glad that we're in agreement.
Now, that doesn't come without some stipulations. I've admonished Agrimar many times, but I do appreciate this putting to bed past problems. I'm going to need your help with information from the sewers and other things like that. There is an evil that lurks beneath the city. That. Oh, did we catch its actual name? It said it to us, right?
Yeah, we have its name. I don't
Wait, what are
remember
you
that.
talking
The
about?
Mind Flayer's
Lich.
Lich's name. What?
Ataralk.
Ataralk? Where is it?
Ataralk.
Here it is. Atoralk.
Atoralk.
Atoralk. I found him. Rafal's gonna say, have you ever heard the name Atoralk?
With a C or a K?
I
Okay.
think a K.
No, I don't think I've ever heard that name mentioned. Possibly overheard it in passing and thought nothing of it. Nothing that I can say stood out to me at the time.
Well, let me tell you a story. And Rafal is going to tell him flat out about like kind of us going down in the sewers, running into the dwarves. Fucking Rafal's going to tell him about soul stones. Rafal's going to tell him about fighting the fucking mechanical behir. He's going to tell him like the whole thing about going down there. He's going to kind of fill in bits and pieces of like history if he needs to. He's not going to mention anything about the statue of Zemeria or any of the pieces of ecstasis or anything like that. But yeah, Rafal's gonna tell him what they found down there and see what he fucking thinks.
Wow, that's certainly a bit of a curse on this city.
You see now why the petty politics of men have become suddenly a lot less interesting to me.
I certainly see that I have misjudged your priorities. Let me know how I can be of assistance. He fumbles about one of his trench coat pockets and pulls out like just several bundles of cinnamon sticks that are all just kind of laced together in small spools with just string, just like clusters of 5, 6 cinnamon sticks, and he just starts laying out about 4 or 5 of these clusters of cinnamon sticks. Uh, Next time you're making your way through the sewers, just tuck some of these into your pockets. Many of the beasties that live down there would rather avoid a mouthful of cinnamon, so they're going to give you a lot less hassle if they can smell it on your person.
Fast travel through the sewers unlocked. All right.
Wait. Zara's been walking around with
He was.
animal immunity because of pocket full of cinnamon? That's epic.
Yep. I didn't know that. Woo.
Or did she?
I mean, you went back and bought more.
She used it all.
I know.
Rafal's gonna look at Reverence and say, now, I know that you're a man who can keep secrets, so I expect that a lot of this information is only going to go to those that you also trust to be able to keep secrets.
How much of this is free to discuss without any kind of gestures up at the arcane markings that are glowing around the seam of the building?
Well, Rafal like
I
hesitates.
mean, I would assume none of it.
I would
We'd-
think almost none of it, because there's a reason I asked you to come here, and it's because I don't know if you can see, but constant efforts to scry on us.
I can see that this place is very popular.
There's a reason. And it's not the petty squabbles of men. We're dealing with some forces beyond our ken, and I need help.
I understand.
I appreciate the information you've given us, especially about the Queen. I will take it under advisement. And
Anyone else lose Nick?
Mhm.
So.
Yes.
You sock him? What?
Oh, we're fighting him? Okay.
Oh, we're fighting?
Oh no!
Okay, who cast Enfeeble on Rafal?
Sorry.
I just wanted to try out this new staff.
hello? Can you hear
I can
me?
hear you.
Much
Yeah.
better.
That was weird. Okay. All right. Where did I cut out at? At the end,
Yes.
Yeah, good. I kind of just stopped talking, so it helped.
Okay.
I had hoped to get at least some inkling of their motivations from you, but apparently, I guess, fortunately, you were not part of their plan, except for your proximity to your brother. So once again, I have found a tool and not the wielder of the tool.
Whoa.
That's right. I'm calling him a tool to his face.
He just looks like you see he raises his finger up as if he's about to say something, and then his shoulders just kind of like droop as the thought just drifts away. So you think they're after the Queen's crown?
Out of character, how can we explain that without bringing up the pieces of Exorcist?
I mean, what are they up to? Like, I guess.
I think my conspiracy brain says that the pieces of Exorcist is to fight these liches.
No, they can't be because it was the Golden Lotus Lich. Like, that, it's him, right? Like, and the Raffaffelganger was collecting the pieces for him. So. But that's not what fucking Zumeria was doing, was it?
It could be.
Zamaria was working to try and free her people.
Or so she said.
Yeah, because she is a piece of Ecstasis, right? Because she was a vampire. She was a Nari, right? And so...
She had the blood of the Titan.
Right, so does Nari, right?
Yes.
So, and that's where we found it, was in her little statue. So... So basically what we've learned is that it's possible that the Queen was literally created to marry the king so that Zumeria could get close to Reverence, or even just to marry the king, and so that, like, Iliosa could inherit the kingdom sometime or whatever when he died, and they were able to speed that up because Reverence existed, and Zumeria found Reverence and was able to be like, hey, now we can kill the king, is basically
Just
what
to
I'm
get the
understanding. So the missing piece was, we didn't know that Zumeria didn't know about Reverence. Now we know that she found him and was like, now I could kill the king.
That got Queen Leosa into the vaults down below, to gain access to a different crown?
She couldn't go down there until the king was
So
dead.
the queen was a tool just to get the crown, so that way they would have someone under their thumb that could get the piece.
Right, because the pieces call to each other.
And Rafafelganger's ploy was to come into the city, so that way he could get the piece from the queen.
Yeah, but here's the part that doesn't. Okay, so because here's the thing, right? Who's working for who? Because if Zumeria is not working for Golden Lotus dude, then why put these motions into event, right? Because so she. Why does she? Why, like, okay, if her goal is to get her people back, she doesn't need the pieces of Exodus, right?
Was it a simulacrum that was made, or a clone? Do we know what was actually?
There was a simulacrum of Lady Annabelle that you guys fought.
Well, we just found out that they have their own mindset. So could it be that perhaps the simulacrum was separated
of its own accord?
Of its own accord? Like if Zumeria found
It's
out
very
after the
possible.
fact, and they were holding a piece away from the liches, like as collateral, but the other one was like, I'm still working for. Like the two Zomerias were not working together, but opposed.
That just seems convoluted for no reason.
It seems like MistHaven.
Okay, well,
like if they had the same goal when the simulacrum was created, but then the civilization got teleported out, the original would have its own ideas on it versus the simulacrums, right? Just
well, like, because, like, yeah, my thought process is if the queen was in league with the Golden Lotus, couldn't she just give him the crown? You know what I mean?
Unless Sumeria was not aware of the Golden Lotus?
Well, no, I'm talking just about the queen. So just recently, right, when everything went down, right?
oh,
if
Iliosa, not Zumeria, right?
Iliosa, right? If Iliosa's in line with the Golden Lotus, she could have just given them the crown when they showed up, right? Because at that point, then the only piece that they would have been missing would be the staff.
The staff and Nari, right?
Well, Nari was there. They had her frozen in ice. They had everything. Shit, they almost had everything.
When Nari was
because-
frozen in ice, she didn't have the reps yet, right?
They would have only needed the crown and the staff at that point.
No, the
they would have
shreds wrappings.
The wrappings were still in
the
another
wrappings.
dimension.
You're right. Okay, because we hadn't done that part yet. But so still, they had all but 3 pieces at that point, and so like the queen could have just given them the crown. So like, I guess I don't understand why they attacked the city because they didn't get anything out of it.
Well, we don't know if Iliosa is of free will or not, because she might know something.
Who would she be dominated by?
The liches.
Maybe. But if she was created by Zumeria, I guess it doesn't seem... It seems like Zumeria was trying to fight this lich.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting, but it feels like Annabelle was working for the lich and Zumeria was working against the liches.
Well, no, because nothing Annabelle did helped the liches. It just put Iliosa in power. She hasn't
But
done
she
anything
wanted
with that
for some
power
reason.
other than grab that crown out of the treasury, right?
Well, maybe nothing yet.
Or nothing public.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
There's a lot of things that are happening in that castle that we don't know about.
Like Pizza Fridays.
Okay, so like, God damn it! I don't see how Atto Ralk like he wants the pieces of Exorcist. What the? Other than the crown, there's nothing else in the castle that we know of. Somebody say something.
All right then. Well, I'm glad we had this discussion.
Yes, if we need anything else, we will send word for you. Thanks for the tip about the cinnamon in the pocket.
Thanks for a lot of context.
I hope that it helps with the sharing of information. If you see anything, please send word.
I'll keep eyes out for these symbols that you showed me. He gestures back at the drawings Agrimar made. Should be seeing you shortly.
Okay.
Do I just go out the front or out the alley or? The trap door, teleportation.
We usually just walk.
I care not if you're.
Dimension door.
Can you make yourself scarce or disguise yourself as you leave?
Not particularly.
Hold on.
It's not like he's wanted or anything, right?
I
Didn't come
have.
alone.
Technically, no. Nobody
Nobody knows
really
him.
knows who he is, so Rafal really doesn't care what the fuck he does.
The only person we would have to worry about is the queen.
That the inn is being watched almost daily, so we try to be discreet.
If you've got something I could use as an
Yes.
arcane focus.
Julie's gonna pull a disguise kit out of her bag of holding because I have that in there.
Nice.
I mean, we can just let him down the trap door if we really need to.
Oh yeah, you made
that's
a
right,
key.
You made a key.
Yeah, I've got a set of keys.
Let him just into the sewers.
Follow me, Your Reverence.
All right.
Agrimar will undo the locks and escort him to the sewers.
As Agrimar leads him back through the party's armory, down into the trapdoor, and assists him as he starts climbing down that ladder into the depths below. The reason I ask, because what you guys don't see is outside of the inn, across the way, just a few rooftops down the street, just the slightest glimmer of reflection as the moonlight catches the star-splatted mask of a Star Knight that is just keeping a watchful eye on Elm Street.
Oh,
Oh my god!
Do it! God, I knew somebody's always watching.
I'm really glad I made a key.
Oh,
Fuck that guy. God, I can't wait to take this fucker down. All right, it's time to play some petty human politics. Might hold off on asking the old queen to marry me, though.
Whoa. What's wrong with not being human?
I guess I haven't actually asked her that question, so who
I
knows?
haven't asked a lot of people a lot of questions.
She can't lie to you. Are
Do you normally
human?
ask people if you're human? You're the
I mean,
only
you ask
human
people if
in
they're
the
white.
party.
If I'm being honest with you, Ryan, before I have sex with them, I do.
So just some heavy hand holding then.
You know, it'd be a good way to tell if she was actually like, say, if she was like a race that could disguise themselves.
Like if she had
Oh,
tentacles instead of a mouth, that's a good way to tell too.
I have a way. I have a way. You
I
take
also
like a
have a-
take a petri dish, you heat up a copper wire, and then with everyone else's blood, you just put it into the petri dish, and if the blood reacts, you know it's not human.
I thought you were going to say the moonbeam spell.
Or
That too.
Callum's got true sight.
I was
Or-
just I have true seeing. Tuli could go to the Arboretum
Hey.
opening using true seeing.
Or I did design these handcuffs that were, the moonbeam shackles.
Oh my god.
Do we want to do the Tuli Agamar special and give him true sight and etherealness, and he can just walk into the castle and see what he wants to see?
I was just thinking, let's get the Arboretum open.
Oh man, I can't wait
Oh.
to take down Montaigne
You
Jaeger.
guys have a
Smother
Oh
Oh,
him.
yes, I
yeah,
want to do
yeah,
that
yeah.
so badly.
Just like, here's the thing. I think it'd be really dope if we can take down Jaeger, get some of the West Docks, and let the rat people live in the West Docks in those slummy areas, and like we can revitalize them with the people that like live down in the sewers and shit, like Corbin's Fishery and stuff like that.
Oh, Agamar talked to Tuli about that, like, I don't know, how long ago was it? Like
It
a
was
year and a
months.
half?
Yeah.
I mean, Rafael's been buying up a lot of this area, so
We were gonna start a whole like children's outreach thing with like some music classes and some magic classes from Callum, and something for Kevin. I don't know what you're good at besides stealing stuff, but some I don't know,
it's neat
Bad
to
advice.
have stuff.
good advice from someone who made bad choices. Right? That's what most teachers are, right? People that make bad choices.
like when they ask
No,
like
really.
in school when they have like former criminals tell you not to do drugs.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but I have to admit, I mean,
Yeah, did those really stop
Yeah.
me from doing drugs? No,
No.
not
they
really.
didn't. Mm-mm.
I
They
mean,
taught me
Dare
to be
did
smarter
tell.
with my crime.
I mean, Dare, like a police officer in Dare, made me open up my eyes and go, "Oh, what's actually happening is pretty bad."
Also, they told me I was going to get offered drugs way more than I actually
Right,
got
I
offered.
know.
Right? They were like, if somebody comes up to you and offers you drugs, don't take it from them. Nobody's going to give you free drugs. They're too
Nobody's giving you
expensive.
free drugs.
I wish we lived in that world.
Anyways, yeah. So Reverend Sleeves,
Does anybody have a VRPR card?
A
yes,
Or
yes, I
pure.
do.
I
I
need a
actually
new one.
pulled it out and ripped it. Actually, I think at one point, but
Thank
yes,
you, Ryan. It was someone else.
I had one and I ripped it.
I
for
need a
you.
new one. Mine burnt.
I want one.
Well, you could
Burnt
have
in
one if you were
plastic.
here at the inn with us.
I know.
But yeah, Rafal will hand you your peer card. Yeah, I guess we have a party to get ready for.
This man has the best fabrics and materials I've ever met, or ever seen. And he rips the card.
As you rip the card, you hear a faint kind of tinkling like sleigh bells outside. And after a few moments, you hear a cart just rush to a stop just outside of the front doors. And then a few moments later, you hear a boisterous voice, here at like 6 a.m, of Vorpir, the centaur, pulling his cart behind him, shouting out, "You rang!"
Paul's gonna open the door and peek around outside as he lets your peer in.
Oh, greetings, greetings, greetings.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just gonna look around. They needed you.
All right, I'll just set up over here then. As he starts just effectively like unhooking himself from his cart and then throwing open extra shelves and expanding his cart and setting up shop basically inside of the inn.
Rafal's been doing some looking.
Yeah. Holy shit. 26 perception. Is anyone keeping an eye on the inn?
Daddy 19.
You do see a flash, like a reflection of something in the moonlight, like the helm of somebody's armor across one of the rooftops, just a few roofs up the way. It's a very pointed, segmented helm, like that bodyguard that you saw earlier tonight.
Morfala will make a note of it and then go back inside.
Don't worry, Cal, I'm not buying anything magical. I am in dire straits, as you can tell. I do not have any proper attire, and we have a grand opening to attend tomorrow. Do you have
Grand
anything?
opening. Well, I have heard about this new set of Emperor's robes that might take your fancy, given your current attire. Invisible to all except for the wearer. It appears of the most finest silks.
Oh, that's pretty good. Tully, what do you think?
They're not actually. By the way, great reference, Ryan.
There are other options available as well. I have a cloak of the Arachnida, a very fine spider silk cloak that could even assist you in making difficult climb checks up to or from greater heights. A cloak of protection to give you a bit of additional defense with a few dragon scales woven into the fabric, or like a bit like a shield. A cloak of the manta ray taken off of a particularly large spirit beast out in the ocean, and with some of its capabilities still intact, can allow you to glide through the water and breathe it as if you were the manta ray itself. Anything like that? Or were you thinking something more mundane?
Wasn't that fancy?
Something like that.
Agramar pulls out all of his drawing journals. He's like, I've been working on this.
I'm ready for this form.
He's going to be
Those
so
are nice,
fancy.
but no, this.
This is my final
Yes,
form.
This blue, I think, accents my new skin tone.
I see. Very fine designs here. I will admit it might take me the better part of this afternoon, but I could have it done for you by tomorrow morning.
That's enough time, right?
What day is it? When is the opening of the Arboretum?
We have today.
Tomorrow.
Okay. Yes, that
Today's
would
your
be
day
fine.
of downtime. It's been one night since 3 sessions ago.
Time
yeah.
moves so slower.
Tomorrow morning would be perfect. Thank you.
And were there any sort of, simple spellcrafts you would like woven into the fabrics? Anything of second level or lower, perhaps?
Oh,
How much would that cost?
Just a little bit on top of the already agreed upon fee.
Like how much?
Well, it depends on what he chooses. Or what spell did you want?
Well, that is an interesting proposition. Second
I'll
level
get back
or
to you
lower?
on the spell.
Yeah, you said
I'll get started on the sewing.
you
Wizards.
said second level or lower.
Second level or lower.
Does it have to be from a specific spell list?
Are you asking him?
Yes.
Rafal must know.
Oh, you wish to pick the spell that he has woven into his fabrics.
Possibly.
All right. What did you have in mind?
I'm looking at the spell list right now.
There's so many options.
Right? You could give yourself like an AC bonus if you did like Shield of Faith or something like that.
If it was a concentration spell, would it take your concentration?
Yes,
Oh,
it
that's
would.
a good question. Yeah.
Only if you want it to remain active.
Let's see.
Well, while they're looking at spells, what kind of spell scrolls does Wipe Your have?
I've got a few available. Scroll of Protection against Undead, Spell of Clairvoyance, Control Water, Detect Magic, dominate monster, dominate person. Grease, produce flame, always good as a 2-for-1. Rory's telepathic bond, reincarnate, sending, silence, and wall of thorns.
No, Tuli's good.
Very well.
Unless he has potions of healing, then I'd be interested.
I do have a few. I've got these elixirs of health, a few potions of fire breathing, some common healing potions, I believe 3 or 4 greater healings, and I should still have 1 or 2 of the superior healing potions left.
How much would it be for all of his greater healing potions?
All of them, that would be. I think graders are 150 each, so 5 of those.
So
750?
750 for the 5 greater healing potions.
and how many superior does he have?
He's got 2 superior.
And those are how many each?
Those.
Very expensive.
What rarity is that? Why is this the method they picked
It's superior is like epic level.
They don't actually have the cost of magic items is the problem.
No, but if I remember right, it scales exponentially, and it's pretty crazy.
I think
for
it's like
superior.
2,000 for a
Something
superior.
like that.
2,000. Ugh.
No, 500 gold for a superior.
That makes way
And
more
that'll
sense.
heal 8d4 8. And he's got 2 of those.
Oh, wait, I can afford all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, remember
Oh,
we
wait,
got
I'm
like a
rich.
ton of
We got
platinum.
1,000 platinum each.
Yeah, I really need to like convert all of the currency to gold.
Just convert it all into copper. It's a lot more convenient for everyone.
I like how you couldn't even say that without laughing.
I've always loved the idea of just coming in somewhere with like hundreds of dollars worth of pennies to pay for something.
It's been done.
No, I enjoy watching people pay parking fines with pennies.
I think maybe you should do see invisibility for the second level spell.
Well, I was going to ask if that requires attunement or not, having that spell attached to this particular outfit.
Oh, that's a great question.
I would say no on the attunement, but it's a once-a-day use, and if it's a concentration, it'll occupy your concentration.
Perfect. See invisibility because that's not on the cleric list.
Let's
But it
go.
will require you to add a little bit more flavor to that costume design you sent over. What do you want covering your eyes?
What if you did like tuxedo mask style?
It's a masquerade.
We already have
that's
one tuxedo mask.
No, I would say he would have a circlet that comes out from the back collar over his ears and around the front, and they're like holographic sunglasses, so it like just goes over his eyes, and then like a veil over his eyes.
Nice. That's very cool.
That way I don't have to draw anything.
Wait, is that what you were photoshopping?
Yeah, I photoshopped that image.
Oh.
Also, Tuli is going to take all those greater healing and the superior, which, if I did my math correct, that's 1,750 gold.
Yeah, buddy.
Alrighty, I can do that. And it was 5 greater healing?
I think, yes. 5 of the greater healing and 2 of the superior.
Alrighty. And then superior.
Rafal's going to actually go spend his money with like reputable people for his party clothes because, reputation's important.
Paying for the name on the label.
Pretty much. We got to go get designer shit. Time for a spa day. Who wants to come?
I was just about to say, could Thule go with him? Because
Hell
Thule
fucking
wouldn't
yeah.
just take any normal old clothes.
Thule could honestly shop for Rafal. That'd probably be better.
How would you
Wait,
like to
remember
spend your montage?
Remember the last spa day that we had? When you and Rafal and Agrimar were having a spa day, Nari and Kevin were, I think, dying.
Teleported to a different plane.
Why did that even happen? I don't even remember.
I wanted to take him to my
Because
crib.
Agrimar wanted help with something.
No,
Oh,
not
yeah.
that spa day. Because that's not what that's not what Rachel's referring to.
We've
Because
had another one.
Rachel's referring to when we were spa daying, and then they went through some literal hell like shit. I just don't remember why.
Are you talking about the faux Farit shit?
Was
Where
it the
you and
Sears?
Agrimar were having tea with
No, that was when we went and saw Brodrin. This was when we were literally at the spa. And what did y'all go try to do? I don't even
do not
remember.
remember. Maybe it was the sewers or something. I just remember like it was such a stark contrast to what you were doing.
You remember what they were doing, Ryan?
I don't.
I mean,
No, it
all
wasn't
the
Bagman.
all the times that it might have been before I joined.
I think so. A little bit before.
I don't remember us doing a hot tub before.
I remember bringing you back cake. I remember that.
Oh, we went to a dinner. Rafal and
castle.
Agrimar went to a banquet.
We did spa day. We went to the castle.
That's
like
what it
we
was.
did. I just don't remember what they were doing in the meantime.
It was obviously something very important.
Is that when you were selling weapons to?
No,
No,
she
no,
did
different.
that with Summer. She didn't do that with Amanda.
I don't know. But usually when there's a tool day or a tea party, some other...
Yeah, because you guys got like all kind of fucked up, and then we came back with like 12 pies and like wine and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Like, hey guys, what's going on? Whoa. I don't know. I just wanted to point that out. I'm just wondering who's going to be the poor schmuck who has to go through something.
Well, what was it? What were they doing?
It wasn't library, was it?
No.
No, maybe something with the stewards.
Breaking in somewhere.
Maybe.
Just breaking into nobles' houses while we were having a dinner or something.
I do not
like
remember.
normal Zara behavior.
Yeah. Except I had someone who would trust. No.
This is gonna bug me. What the fuck were you guys doing?
I don't know. I'll start thinking about it.
Is that when they went to the Gray District to recover Phelan's bag of corpse storing?
No?
Maybe.
I think maybe this was before like everything went tits up.
This wasn't when you guys went to the overgrown zone, was it?
Yes. Wait. Yes, it was.
That's what it was.
You guys were investigating the barrels at the overgrown zone, and you found the emerald powder and all that.
The dry and all that shit. Yes.
And Thule and
almost died because the dryad almost killed you.
Yes.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. Well done, Lucas. I can go get a drink now.
Thank you.
You gave Ironhide sentience by doing that. When you kick that barrel of magical components into the shimmering stream, you made the shark that lives there that's been like hunting the fisher
people. Are you shitting me right now?
You awakened him the same way that all the trees got awakened by it.
I'm sorry. There's just a shark that's trying to kill people.
There's
there's a
shark
shark
that she gave super intelligence to.
There's now two
Wait, are you serious?
very
We've
intelligent
never
sharks
encountered
walking.
that.
You
We've
guys
never
have
talked
went
about
back
that.
to the Shimmering
Excuse
Stream.
me? There's
You're
now a
even-
sentient shark.
I was
Oh,
told not
this
to
is
go
the
to the Shimmering Stream.
Okay.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That happened
You
like
guys
2
never went
years
back.
ago. I would have gone back if there was a sentient shark, because that's cool as hell.
Did we ever get the other guy?
Sentient shark if you went back.
Ryan, did we ever get the other shark that?
No, that's
Reed?
the one that she made sentient. Ironhide.
Oh, I thought
With me just
I thought it was
kicking-
like. Oh, okay. So it was just like a regular shark
It's
that was
all
eating
coming
people at the
together.
beginning, and now it's sentient.
No, that was Ironhide. Corbin Reed had a crocodile that he was feeding people to, and that crocodile got bitten in half
What the
by
fuck?
Ironhide during that
I
boss
gotcha.
fight.
We need to
Okay, I
restart
remember
visiting
Ironhide
these
from all the way
places.
back then.
Holy
I just
shit.
Yeah, he was one of the very early party potential sub bosses. Where it's like it's a shark that's up in the bay eating some people sometimes.
We
because
never
that's a good
touched the
low-level
water.
boss.
we went in
And
the water
they
one
discovered
time,
it?
and that shark tried to eat us, and we were like, "We're never going back."
We have avoided that bay like the plague, man. No,
had
we
to
know
go
what's
under
what's
under
under
that
there.
boat one time. Ugh, no, never again.
no, nah.
Almost drowned.
God, I remember that.
I
We got
sank an
sucked
enemy
out of
ship in the Shimmering Stream, and you guys never went to check it out.
that shit.
That seems like a
No.
people person kind of thing. That
Wait,
sounds
you
like
guys
a
never
MistHaven thing.
investigated that ship that sunk there?
No.
Like,
Nope.
Nope, almost died. Never went back.
there could
Going
be
back.
cool shit in there.
That's why I was like, oh, surely they'll discover the shark at some point.
Shit, there was fucking undead beholders that came out of that thing.
Exactly.
Oh, that
Like,
shit.
oh, you're right.
I mean, Thule could totally go and investigate. Like, you know, if anything happens to her, we'll definitely be sad. And, you know, like,
Yeah, how are we supposed to investigate it? Who's casting
Take off that ring of
polymorph?
water walking.
I mean, we have polymorph, right? Callum?
Yeah, I got polymorph.
Yeah, there you go. One of us could go check it out.
I have a ring of water walking. I have a staff of the magi. I'm sure it can cast water breathing.
Oh yeah,
do
that's a
whatever you
that's a
want it
spell.
to do.
This baby does everything.
But Rafal's going to, along with Thule, spend some money and get like his armor fully cleaned and polished and looking pretty. He's gonna get himself cleaned and polished and looking pretty and smelling good and doing all of those things and getting ready for the next day. He's gonna get his cape all touched up and looking good and smelling good and billowing properly. Everything.
Dope.
I don't know how much that's going to cost me, but
$2 million.
Since you're not getting anything like made, just more or less either patched up or cleaned out, I'd say no more than like 5 gold.
I mean, the perfume is going to be expensive.
We'll up it to 15 gold for the scents.
I mean, well, yeah. Because then there's also spa day and everything like that, you know. Gotta spend that, you know, that noble
treat
money.
yourself.
That's right.
So in the middle of this outfit changing montage, is there anything that Zara and Callum would like to do on their day of downtime before the Arboretum's opening?
Is Callum
Well,
going to
once
go
Callum actually
No, you go ahead.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah. Well, since Callum, built a significant portion of the Arboretum, he kind of figures he has to go to the opening. But he's, slightly on the exhausted side, and his shop's kind of destroyed. So he's mainly going to rest and just try to mend as much as he can before he has to head over there.
All right. And it's not until tomorrow in game. So this whole day is effectively just downtime.
Yeah, he's basically going to primarily try to start working on the shop and
clean things up.
Yeah, and seeing, if there's anything he can do to help Zara out.
Roll me either an athletics or arcana check.
I know which one of those I want to roll.
Repairs. I guess it depends on how he's trying to clean the shop up.
Like I said, he's really tired.
Making some good progress, though. It's like you did a lot of the quick things yesterday, leaving yourself a lot of the more time-consuming tasks to take care of today, like repairing the foundation to the building, rebuilding some of the support beams, the more laborious tasks. Like you're going to be breaking a bit of a sweat today. And that's not the first thing you want to be thinking about as soon as you wake up in the morning.
As he gets into doing all that, he turns to Zara and says,
Remind me never to teleport a giant into my shop again.
I'll try to remember when you run into that exact same thing. I'm planning on running out and getting some potions. Do you need anything?
No, but what sort of potions do you need? I have a selection.
Right, I forgot you sell those things. Just healing potions, well, I have a couple of antitoxins. Anything useful? Because more than likely we're going to get ambushed at that part, at the opening.
You're right. Check the pile over there.
Roll me an investigation check, Zara.
Do I need to? I'm really asking, because, like, I feel like I'm going to roll like shit. Yes, Azzles. The thunderstorm was scary. 18!
Luckily for you, Callum's already done a decent amount of work up front in sorting what was left. And so the potions that he has gathered, that he points you towards the small pile of, kind of vary in sort of what they do, but it seems as though he was sorting out what potions are still usable, like based on the containers that they're in. You can make out a couple different vials and the labels that they have on them. You can see a filter of love, a potion of clairvoyance, a potion of fire giant strength, a few potions of common healing, a few greater healing potions, one superior healing potion, one potion of heroism, and one potion of gaseous form.
All right, Amanda's home. Tell her to get in here. No, I'm kidding.
She'll take all the healing potions, asking Callum if it's... I know, the prices of houses are too high, Zazzles.
Don't I know it?
And the gaseous form, just kind of checking in, like, can I take this? Can I take this? If it's not going to get used, then she'll,
Return it.
she'll return it, yeah.
You're free to buy any of them you want, because if we don't pay for them, then, well, basically I have to pay for them to the shop,
Right.
so.
How much would that be? All of it together?
I have to do my taxes.
Oh, yeah.
It's more like
Filter of
I'm
love.
still paying off the shop to the franchise, so.
Well, can I return it if I don't use it,
Absolutely.
All right. Well, how much is that all going to be? 'Cause I
Let's
don't
see.
want to
He
do
pulls out
that.
his arcane abacus.
What was a superior? Fuck. Oh. Please tell me that Rafal actually says that, because that'd be great.
He might. I mean, he's not wrong. They literally are. She's good at kind of setting people up.
Don't I know that?
This is a little bit up her alley. I'm just saying.
1,000? Okay, yeah, she'll
For
pay
the
that.
healing
That's
potions alone, I'm adding up the other ones now.
oh fuck. Okay, just the gaseous form.
Just the gaseous form.
Wait, what other ones are there again?
There's the filter of love, potion of clairvoyance, potion of fire giant strength, potion of gaseous form, and a potion of heroism.
Awa!
I think just gaseous form.
All right, the gaseous form is another 500 gold.
Yeah, no, that's fine. She'll pay that.
All right.
So, oh god, that's a lot of math that I have to do that I don't want to do. I'm bad at math. Okay.
But I want to go back to something someone said earlier. We all got 1,000 platinum pieces.
Yeah, your girlfriend gave them to all of us.
Kind of regretting it, but you know.
Let me just add that in.
Yes, you should add 10,000 gold to your inventory.
And
If that changes what Callum wants to do during downtime, just let me know.
and I guess afterwards Zara is this is going to sound weird, but she's going to go up to Callum and ask if she wants to go by the Phoenix Feather Inn because she has to return the key that she has.
Oh god, it's real. She's turning in her keys.
And her security deposit back.
No, she definitely destroyed way too many things.
No, she's getting that security deposit because it's a bit.
Actually, she never made a security deposit.
I just
But
kind of
she
chose
could
a
deceive
bit.
you.
Technically, she never actually moved in.
No one really invited her. They just kind of she
She
just stuck
just
around.
kind of
Did-
showed
I mean, did anybody technically move in?
Not really.
She still owes first month's rent.
You're
and
not
the
getting
next
that back.
one, and the next one, and the next.
Oh yay!
You've given Callum the gift of financial freedom.
Yay!
That's a pretty big gift.
Yeah,
But,
I still owe
Callum-
1,600 gold pieces for
So
my.
now all the repairs for the shop are just coming out of his pocket.
Oof.
They were coming out of my pocket anyway.
True.
But Callum want to join me at the Phoenix Feather Inn. I just gotta turn in the key. I remembered I kind
Of
of stormed
course.
off Leah. So
Yes, of course I'll go.
I'm just not going to step foot in there if she's in there because I don't know what I'm going to do.
Wait,
I can go in there and return the key for you, or
No, I'll do it myself.
I could simply make you invisible.
No, might as well just get this over with. You know what? If she's there, then who cares?
All right, well, let us make our way.
All right, and they'll make their way down.
So who would like to be at the Phoenix Feather Inn as Zara and Callum make their way back to it?
in like the late afternoon?
Sure.
I assume that Rafal and Tuli would already be gone.
Yeah, I think we'd be gone. I think we'd be out and about.
Okay. So Agrimar, you're at the Phoenix Feather Inn. Whenever there's a jangle of the front doors opening, the bell chimes. Does he see a lone figure or a pair walk in?
I thought Callum and Zara came together.
Yeah. Or are they both going
I offer to
inside?
turn you invisible.
No, nah, she's going to be visible.
Cool beans.
I ain't no bitch.
So they both walk through the door of the Phoenix Feather Inn. You see Agrimar's inside. He's not too far away from Bjorpier, who's set up shop inside of the main just tavern floor. You can see he's just got spools upon spools of all sorts of very expensive looking cloth. He looks to be in the middle of sewing together 5 to 7 different pieces of what looks to be a very elaborate dress of some kind. Hard to say for sure, but he keeps going back to Agrimar and taking measurements and then making adjustments and marking his felt with the cloth or with a chalk, and then going back to Agrimar, having him flex as hard as he can, and then taking more measurements, and then going back to the strips of cloth, and back and forth and back and forth. There's a couple of patrons in here that have started to drink their afternoon beverages, and you can see Bakerstaff taking the occasional curious glimpse at Agrimar and this shopkeep who are tailoring in the middle of his bar floor.
And Zara is disguised because she had to walk outside.
So you don't see Zara walk in with Callum. You see
Some other floozy.
someone
Let
else.
me
Who dat?
check.
I have never seen
Yes.
Callum
Who-
walk with anybody other than Zara.
Who dat?
I'm trying. Hold
Who
on.
dat?
But she'll walk up to Agrimar, extend her hand. I'm Agrimar. No, sorry.
I'm Agrimar. Nice to meet you,
I'm
Agrimar.
Another one.
Callum's-
Very rare.
We got him.
I'm Callum's new
Wink.
assistant. I'm Callum's new assistant.
I didn't know that he had an assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Agrimar, and you are?
I always need
Trisha.
someone to watch the shop. And yes, I've just hired Trisha to help out.
Okay. Well, that's great news, Callum. Well, I guess you have been away from your shop a little bit, right?
Yes, we seem to continue to go on treks that take me away, and well, my last assistant had to leave.
Because someone decided to, well, use a knife and plunge it into someone's back, so.
That
Oh,
sounds
so we're-
painful.
Callum, you're discussing personal matters with the staff? That doesn't seem very right.
Well,
She had a
neither
right
does
to know what
patrolling
happened to the
people.
last assistant.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, Trisha is totally trustworthy.
Totally.
Totally.
Agrimar just what can Zara give me a deception check, please? Just because I want to see how much he knows what's going on.
I mean, she's not trying to be deceptive completely.
It's like, this is my new identity. Deal with it.
Yeah. Don't roll high. 18.
Roll it with advantage because Callum is assisting you with this.
Can I not?
Yeah, you can choose not to.
I'd rather not.
I don't think it would help you anyway.
Yeah. Oh, really?
29.
Oh, fuck. I want to roll it then. No.
I got a natural 20.
Oh, well. No, I'm not. Yeah, we're...
Agrimar just warmly smiles at Trish.
You catch the occasional micro expression that you recognize as being Zara's, like the way that she moves her eyebrows as she speaks some of the words.
That
It's
nervous
very
tick
telling
that
for you.
she says when she talks about daggers and a specific somebody.
Yo, I know what you could do to see if it's Zara or not.
What's
Light
up,
a
Shorty?
fire.
What's up, Shorty?
Yeah. I was about to say. Anyway.
Unbeknownst
I'm
to
here.
most people, Agrimar's taking the high road.
Give her the Elric test. See if she passes.
Hey, Shrimp.
Anyway, I'm here to deliver a key. We won't be needing it anymore.
Right. Any particular reason you don't want to hold on to it?
Well, I feel like no one really trusts us to hold that key, specifically me, after all. I mean, you trust more people over me, so why should I keep holding the key?
I gave you that key for a reason.
Well, I just don't think that you trust me anymore, or at least take my words anymore. I mean, I'm a new hire, so I thought it would be prudent to turn it in. If you want, we can go discuss this in the back where no one can hear.
Oh, yes, please. I think Callum and I have some business to discuss anyway.
Of course, yes.
To the armory. I'll be back.
Make it quick. We still need to get those thighs measured. Every time it's
Was his card out front?
It's inside the
It's
bar.
inside, and he's like
Oh, it's inside the bar.
occupied parts
Yeah.
of a wall.
Hallam
his
takes
shop.
out a key, and then as he's walking by, just starts keying it.
Just starts scratching up the side of his card.
Once we get out of earshot, Callum does start saying,
And so who's that?
You know
Once they're in the
exactly who
armory.
he is, Callum. That is Vior Pure. He is my personal purveyor of materials. Nothing more than that.
Right, that bitch.
I'm
Zara
sensing a
takes off the
lot
disguise.
of pent-up aggression with this group. Should I be worried?
No, I mean, if you choose to do business with them, that's fine. No skin off my teeth.
Callum, I do business with you as well.
Anyway, Trish wanted to talk to you, so yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, as soon as they're in the armory, Zara takes off the disguise. Anyway, I'm giving you the key. I don't think I'll be back here. Maybe for meetings, but I'm not going to be staying here anymore. Besides, you might want to give it to your honey, right?
No, she doesn't need it.
Right. She'll probably just, steal it off of you, kill you for it, throw you in jail for it. Oh, but I forgot she fucked you lot. No, that's too mean. That's really mean. No, not going to say that.
Honestly, none of your words are gonna hurt me right now. But all of your anger and all of the viciousness that you have towards Tuli is fully warranted, and I understand completely.
Do you really? Are you sure?
You do know who you're talking to, right? I
you know
have
who you're
killed
talking to?
people for
Hey,
less,
we're not
and I
entirely sure.
understand.
You're like a third version of you that I've met.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out myself. But deep down inside, it's still me. I think I've told you this before, Zara. I killed my own father for what he did to my mother. So, I get it. Terrible people get what's coming to them.
Does she, though? Does she really? Because the first time she did it, you all just held out your arms, you hugged her, you said, "Oh, you're overreacting, Zara." Then now she does this. I have to disguise myself again. I know that I do horrible things. I just want someone to help me out, back me up. And she decides to turn me into, be a friend to me and to apologize? And then she's still here. From what I understand, no one has told her off. No one has, made some sort of punishment or consequence. No, she gets off scot-free.
And how many times have you gotten off scot-free for what you've done?
Not a lot.
How many times have I gotten off scot-free for what I've done?
Yeah, Rafal had a huge argument with you. Didn't trust you for days afterwards.
And?
Yeah, there was some sort of consequence, but here, Thule gets to romp off. Where is she, by the way? I don't see her.
She's with Rafal.
Oh, what do you know? Where are they? A spa day, eating cakes, being fast friends?
They can do whatever they want to do.
They're having
Just
a
like
spa
you
day,
can do
aren't
whatever
they?
you want to do.
No, that's fair. You know what? That's whatever. Whatever. I'm turning in the stupid key. I'm going to help you guys out. I'll be at the Arboretum because this is a trap, okay? So just look out for me because it's going to be a trap. Who knows? Maybe
I'm sorry, are
Thule's doing
you
this.
threatening or are you anticipating a threat?
There's going to be a threat at the Arboretum. I'm
You
not
didn't answer my
threatening
question.
you. Yes, there's going to be a threat. I'm not threatening you, Agramar. There's going to be a threat. We all know it. Something big is going to happen at the Arboretum. We just don't know from who.
Oh, personally, I expect the Requisitors.
Mm.
They already
Well,
tried to capture us there once.
Do you all have some kind of plan or things in place that you are going to accomplish separate from Rafal, Thule, and myself?
What are your plans
Specifically
for the
regarding the Arboretum. Or are you still intending to work with Thule even though you want to kill her?
I'm going to help out Rafal and you because I don't know what sort of spell she has over you, but I still have some smidgen of respect for you. So I'm
She
going to
doesn't
help
have
out
any
you and
spell over
Rafal.
me. She doesn't. You know, as far as I have, as long as we've known each other, nothing has taken a hold over me.
Right. But I'm going to try to help you and Rafal. Whatever Thule has help with, well, who cares? You're going to help her out, so she's going to have her wishes granted. But I'm still going to help Rafal with helping out MistHaven.
Why?
I'm in too deep at this point. I owe him a lot.
You don't owe him anything.
I do.
What?
He
What
helped
do
me
you
out.
owe him?
He helped me out with Verauder. He helped me out with the Faux-Furites. At this point, I just want to see this come to a conclusion. Him up on the throne, so that way MistHaven can stop being a problem.
Just so you know, that's never going to happen.
I know, it's not. Just at least with these series of unfortunate events, at least I can put a stamp on it and then just walk away from it.
Well, what I mean is, I don't think Rafal's goal is that, which means that you would never be out of Thule's presence because they're always going to be around. So, you've done more than enough. You've saved our life many a times. If you want to go, go. You don't have some checks and balances, some account that you have to keep, no bookkeeping. Like, I promised you I was going to help you kill Verada, and we did. I don't want to see you leave, but you're not happy. You need to be happy.
I just don't want to be rushed off by Thule. I don't want to leave because of her. So I'm going to stay until Rafal is done, and then I'm gone. And
That's
you'll
what
never
I'm saying.
hear from me
Rafal's not
again.
going to be done.
Well, then with the Arboretum, with the stupid, whatever they're called, what are they? The liches? The liches, because because I can't walk away from this at all right now because of what's going on. So, if anything, it's a selfish desire. It's sort of selfless, maybe. I don't know, but I just want to see Rafal happy, and then I'm out. Okay, do you want me to leave? Is that why you're so strong about this?
No. I don't want my family to leave. I don't like my family fighting. But at the end of the day, sometimes people just can't get along. And you have to separate and distance, and if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do.
You're worried about me killing your girlfriend. I'm way past that. I wish her a long and happy life. But until whenever the gods decide that to owe me one, she's going to be here, and I wish her nothing but the best.
But I'm not worried about you killing her. What I'm worried about is if animosity continues and chain of events will happen, I don't want to see everyone implode. That's all. I'm not saying that you have to make nice or anything. I just don't want to see the worst case scenario happen.
And what is the worst case scenario?
If tempers get too heated and anybody attacks anybody, then that puts Rafal in the middle. And he's going to have to make decisions, which means I'm going to have to make decisions. And there's going to be a lot of bloodshed, and I don't want anybody hurt.
I promise you this, Akramar. I'm not under my current condition right now. I'm not going to raise a fist against Tuli. Because I know that you'll take her side, and I might, I don't know, end up in hell, at the bottom of the ocean, 1,000 feet away. So I'm not going to.
You know that you were here first, right? I have your back just as much as Tuli's. I've always been there for you. I've always supported you. I never once judged a single thing you did. All I'm asking is that we try to take the high road. That's all.
To be fair, Agamar, she did once. And it
Yeah.
got her
Twice.
right back here.
Well, yeah.
Twice.
And continuing to go into Noble's estates and trying to get information and putting Rafal in a terrible situation is things that keep happening too. But we don't bring that up because we understand that you're trying to do something right. And she tried to do something right, but she failed miserably.
She tried to do something right. She had me thrown in. She had evidence against me. She pointed them in the direction of me. Because she wanted to make up for it. She wanted to... What was her plan? How long did you know about this, by the way? Because obviously she had to have told you. Or maybe she didn't.
I found out about 7 hours ago.
Would you have done anything about it? Would you have told me?
I told her she was a complete fucking idiot. That was a terrible idea, and if she wanted to do it a different way, she should have. But she doesn't come to me for those things. She keeps it to herself.
And she uses people in order to accomplish her goals. She'll use you eventually. She keeps using me.
So does Rafal. Do you think he's any
Does
better?
Rafal use my deepest fears in order to accomplish his goals? Does he point the authorities in my direction? Does he use any of your past in order to manipulate you? He doesn't. You know what? Whatever. Whatever you guys are planning, I'm on your side. So if you have any plans for the Arboretum, I'm in full support. Just do not leave me alone with Tuli, okay? So if you're going to have any meeting, I'd love to be invited. Just know I won't talk to Tuli. I don't want to be partnered with Tuli. I don't want to be around Tuli because I know what I'm going to do. And frankly, I don't want that to happen. Because any smidgen of family that I have with you guys would just be eradicated if I'm left alone with Tuli, okay? So just tell us if you're going to have a meeting about what you're going to do with the Arboretum. All right?
I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Great. I'm done. All right.
Callum starts steering Trish out.
Zara tips her hat and turns into Trish.
As they make their way out from the room, it's not too long after they exit that Agramar's just got a few moments left alone to collect his thoughts. When a shadow fills the frame of the door, and you can see Vjorpir is there with his measuring tape, looking a little bit impatient. It's like, if you're going to want it done before tomorrow, then I'm going to need you to pay a bit more attention.
Terribly sorry, Vjorpir. Let's continue where we left off.
Some people just don't understand deadlines.
I understand completely.
And then he just starts kind of sharing over a few design changes that he's had, like perhaps using this material and this pattern instead of those ones, and a little bit more back and forth. Agramar, is there anything else you would like to do with your day of downtime?
Yeah, something a little less stressful would be great. After I am fitted and measured for this suit, I am going to send a sending spell to my good friend and buddy from a long, long time ago, Atriox, Herald of the Great Worm, Keeper of Portals, the Opener of Ways, and Lord of Dragons. And the message will be...
Thank you.
Ash.
Atriox, I need you to meet me at your earliest convenience at the Phoenix Feather Inn. We have a lot to discuss.
On the material plane.
Oh, he knows exactly where I'm at.
A few moments go by as you're left alone back in the rear of this kitchen after having the majority of the day just spent, like, your arms are a little bit sore from having to hold them up in that T pose for so long. You start kind of massaging your own biceps when there's a little bit of movement inside of the room. The locked door that you just spent several hours fixing another key for this particular lock that was then just got the key handed right back into your possession.
Ain't that a bitch?
You were watching as the inner working mechanics of this arcane lock that you specifically crafted start flowing as if with a mind of their own. You can hear gear work start clicking and clattering. Tumblers start falling into place with audible pinching sounds as the metallic clockwork mechanisms inside start springing to life as 1, 2, 3, 4 different locks on the inside all disengage, clicking open. The deadbolt on the door slips its way open. The door itself starts to glow with this sort of silvery radiance as the knob of that back armory door starts to twist and turn itself, and the last keyhole under that door handle just starts to glow before it starts twisting in its own place, making a full 360-degree rotation as the door just starts to push open. As this blinding light washes out, a large 9-foot-tall figure crouches his head as he steps through this open doorway as the door to the armory closes behind Atriox, slamming shut as once again all of the locks to the door re-engage. As the Herald of the Great Worm, the Keeper of Portals, the Opener of the Ways, and Lord of Dragons steps through the threshold. He takes a deep bow in front of Agramar and says, "I heard that you were in dire need of assistance as rapidly as possible."
I'm actually not sure if that message would have got out, but Agrabah would have stepped out to send it and then come back in. Yes, Atriox. It is relatively dire.
I assume this is about the book, then.
It ties to the book, Atriox, but there's something at play here in the city of MistHaven that could be a danger to the crest.
I think I told you my position before, and how your mundane squabbles about your material plane are of little importance to us.
Unfortunately, Atriox, this is not
Perhaps you should consult with a friend if you have troubles of the heart or other such emotional feelings that you are troubling yourself with.
Atto Rock. Do you know them?
Let me roll to see. Is that some sort of a disease?
It's a mind flayer lich that we faced in the bottom of this city. They have come from a different plane of existence. This is now a multi-planar combat and threat. This isn't just the material plane. This is an ancient and old foe, and we need to be ready.
When did you engage these mind flayers?
Yesterday? It was yesterday, right?
Time.
17 hours ago.
How many of them were there?
There were 4 bodies, and they sent off 6 or 8 phylacteries to unknown locations.
And how did the canopic being lead you to these mind flayers?
The canopic being was eliminated, and their power was absorbed by one of our colleagues who led us to these liches.
Show me to this colleague of yours. I am very curious to see how this power works.
I don't think we can scry out of the inn, Ryan, can we?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking Atriox. Can we scry? She was taken into the void. I do not know where she is.
I'm going to need a little more than that. What void?
Agrimar will
Where
describe.
was she taken?
Agrimar will
Why
describe
was
as
she
best he
taken?
knows. She wasn't taken. She left in fear. But this item protected her from the all-consuming darkness. She could be anywhere. She could be on the astral plane. She could be in the Shadowfell. I have no idea.
Then it seems that perhaps some greater troubles have befallen your material plane. Tell me, friend Agrimar, are you familiar with the concept of world trees? The ideology of some primitive beings that all of our worlds are represented by a great tree. Many of the different aspects like different branches to this tree, each unique in their own way, but all together working to give this grand thing life.
I understand the concept, yes.
Well, it's not too entirely far off from the actual truth, you see. Except instead of one world tree representing this world, think of it as many world trees about in a forest for the many worlds which exist. And sometimes the roots and branches of these trees knot together and intertwine. And much like trees in an actual forest, sometimes they are riddled with parasites that can hop from branch to branch,
flowing from root to root, corrupting from the inside out. This void that you are speaking of is one such parasite. This absence of life that seeks to absorb all that is. There is no stopping such a void. You will take me to this void that your friend was swallowed by. I want to know of this fear that she suffered from upon seeing it. I wish to know why she dove in.
I think she was trying to stop a terrible fate. I can't open the way to the particular room where it resides, but I can describe it to you. Can you open the way?
It is what I am known for.
You gotta be careful.
Yeah. I'm gonna go like 2 rooms back just to see how far the void is has expanded into the particular room. Agamar will give the elevator before the ziggurat where the void was.
So you're leading them down into the sewers where you guys found the elevator?
The bottom floor where we slept, and then the hallucinatory terrain was dispelled down there.
First, you got to get to the sewers.
I thought he was just going to portal us there.
Well,
I will
he's
show
never
you the
been
way.
there before.
Right. On foot, then. Let me
No
get
matter
my
how well
gear.
you describe a door, it's not the same as seeing it.
Let me... Do spells affect being able to see a location?
How do you mean? Like an invisibility?
Like an image. If I showed you an image of the location, would that help in teleportation? Or we can just walk there. I mean, it'll take a couple of hours.
I need to know precisely the location that I am seeking.
In that case, let me get my
Are you
armor.
familiar with what happens if you try to dimension door into a wall? You will do so successfully.
I am not adept at teleportation, but I am adept
As
at...
the dude that teleports us all the time.
I go 2 places. I got two addresses in my Rolodex. Agamar will get his armor, don it, and proceed quietly through the trapdoor in his old room in the armory, locking everything behind him, and
Don't forget
showing...
the cinnamon sticks.
Fuck the cinnamon sticks. I got Atriox with me. No, I'm
would
gonna
like
take
to
this.
see-
I'm gonna take some cinnamon sticks with me.
I would like to see. I would like to see Atriox just one-shotting Atiogs as he goes.
Oh, that'd be.
I have a walking like Gatling gun here. I'm gonna lock up the inn as best I can, and I will walk Atriox to the encroaching void. It seems like he knows more about this void than I do, and
As you
we
start
need to know
spending
what
the
we're
next
working with.
few hours descending into the depths of the sewers to return to the place that was once the mines of these Duragar, you don't hear the mechanical tinkerings of their picks echoing in the hallways as you get closer and closer. All the while, Atriox is just shouting question after question, getting as many specifics, no matter how completely trivial they might be, wanting to know the weather that was in the sky on the day that everything was happening. How heavy was the cloud fall that morning? Whether there was a breeze blowing from the east or from the west. Like very specific details that he keeps asking about that you don't see how they could possibly have anything to do with it.
Agamar doesn't see the grander scale of what he's asking, but
Many
if
of his
he-
questions seem nonsensical or downright just crazy to you.
they seem downright crazy, but he knows that Guardians have worked in specific ways, and his is knowing, essentially the Heimdall, right? He sees all, knows all. He's going to give as much information as he can, as accurately as he can, regarding every question he has.
This guy's kind of more like a sorcerer supreme.
Yeah. And Agramar now getting to the scale of, controlling weather patterns, knows that it's important to pay attention to those things. So he is relaying as best information as he can. He can't relay anything as far as above surface when he's below ground, but he will do the best he can.
And tell me, where is the closest dragon located?
Do we know what they did with the dead one?
Where does the nearest beast make its lair?
We had a layer below what we called the overgrown zone. It's the western part of the city, but that one has been taken
Well,
care of.
introduce me to this dragon.
It's dead. I don't know where the nearest living dragon is.
That could be problematic for you. You should know dragons are always known as the great guardians over many of these realms throughout these world trees. Seen as grand protectors, gifted with a large majority of the landscapes to do with as they see fit, lording over their treasure and wealth as however they please. And in return, they vowed to protect the people that reside here in case one such parasite were to make its way to another.
Understood. Agmar makes a mental note for trying to find a fucking dragon.
Wait, there is a little live dragon nearby. There's the blue dragon that's nearby.
Wait, there's a blue dragon?
Yeah, it's just upriver.
In the desert.
You got lightning by him.
Because of Zara's big mouth, by the way.
Yeah. I was missing both of those sessions with the blue dragon, so that's why it's not
that's
coming
No,
to my
right.
you
memory.
were not. You chose to get lightning breath by the dragon instead of taking cover like the rest of,
Of
the
course,
party.
of course,
did.
that's something I would do.
Very Agramar. Yeah,
he
no,
will.
there is a little live dragon nearby.
Yeah. Oh, apologies, Atriox. I seem to have been addled in my brain for what? Just a moment. There is Korsluth,
They are.
the unending blue dragon,
God, we should talk to that guy.
just north of us into the desert. He was guarding an aboleth. He's alive, and
Probably
So he
might be
remains
pissed off.
ever vigilant in his protection of this realm.
I will make sure to, after we see the void, to reach out to him. And reach out to them, and make sure that they know what shit is going down under their protection.
That is sure to hasten the odds of your survival. Did you not know dragons are incredibly powerful?
They are incredibly powerful. So much so that the pure scope of their power has almost lapsed my brain because of it.
I see. Speaking of lapses in your brain, what did you intend to do with Asian on your return?
I have not decided yet, Atriox.
Because when you do choose to return to your duties as a guardian, your past will remain waiting for you.
And I will handle it when the time comes. I just haven't decided what I'm going to do yet.
Understood then. Tomorrow's problems for tomorrow.
Let's keep the void from spreading if we can.
Spreading.
It is
It
spreading.
consumes.
Yes,
Sentient, it
bye-bye.
seems.
As you start leading him through the Durgar camp, most of these mines seem to be mostly left entirely abandoned. Tools have been left in their place. Some of the scaffolding still remains in these tunnels. Supplies, crates, and all sorts of carts have been left. Like, you are walking through a few hundred feet of these tunnels that have been carved out before you come across the space where that platform descended down hundreds of feet. As you stare into that void that you guys never sent the elevator up from, looking down into this gaping pit inside of this large underground chamber. It's roughly 20 foot by 20 foot radius pit that just looks to drop down forever into darkness.
Does Agrimar recall how long that particular elevator was between floors?
Very
Oh.
long.
Yeah.
Isn't it like 100 or something
It's
feet?
super deep. Yeah. That's
Like you were
way.
going down an uncomfortable distance.
It's the furthest down we've like ever been.
Yeah, just mechanically. Just say
Please
someone
don't
were to
just
fall 300
Maybe
feet down a
one way to find
volcano.
out.
Maybe he
Why?
could fly you. Maybe he could fly you down there.
That's why I was asking, because I want to see if if he has an ability to get down there or not.
Yeah, let him know. There's the door.
Down to that hole is the elevator to the entryway of the void chamber.
I see. Well, get your rope.
I have a better idea. Hold on, Atriox. Agrimar shifts his shoulders and wings sprout from his back.
Wait, what?
What?
I'm a fucking angel, y'all. I sprout my wings, I grab Atriox, and I fly down the damn elevator.
You have
That's
fly
cool as
speed
hell.
now?
Eat what?
I don't get that till level 20. What the fuck?
What? Ha-
Agrimar, do you have any light sources active on your person?
Oh, he doesn't have
What in
vision,
the
right? Is he a Dragonborn?
Bullshit?
I'm asking you.
Um,
Can you see down here?
I can see
Any more than 60 feet?
Yeah, I think as he jumps in with Atriox, he pulls off in his offhand Fair's Innocence and activates the light.
You're holding this giant dragonborn with one arm and a big old hammer in the other as you're flying down.
It's a one-handed mace.
He's not
And
a one-handed dragonborn, though.
I mean, to
I
be
told
fair,
him to hold on to me.
To be fair, Agrimar and Atriox are the same size.
Exactly.
Are you telling me neither of you can cast light?
No, I haven't needed it since like 6th level.
What about daylight?
Yeah, let me burn to.
Wait, can't
you
Agrimar
daylight
just
on yourself?
can
Because you
I can
are
see in the dark.
flying into a shadow looking for an expanding void.
That's
why I'm
true,
asking.
That's true. Yeah,
You're
I
looking
can
for
space this.
pitch blackness in a dark tunnel.
just curious, can Agrimar ask Atriox to hold the mace that's lighting everything, or does Agrimar
No,
need to hold
I
the
have
mace?
to hold it.
Because it's an
Oh.
attunement item,
Yeah,
right?
it's an attunement. Yeah, exactly.
Can't you just tuck it into your belt?
No, it doesn't. I mean, I can do. Ryan's wanting me to do two hands, which means I gotta guess.
Pull a Zorro. Hold it in your mouth.
I was just about to say, hold the handle in your mouth.
That
Oh,
sounds
that's
like
a
a
good
really
plan.
cool idea. I like that. Ryan, if you'll allow that, I'll stop talking and just I'll wrap my big ass tongue around that handle and go down on it.
Yeah. Whoa, wow. Lots of phrasing there.
I know. I really want to say something,
Wow.
but
I mean,
I don't want
you
to.
know,
Just the
Agrimar's offered.
phrasing.
As the two of you go down into this bottomless pit, with a hammer in your teeth and a giant ass dragonborn in your talons.
Yeah, just
You
a
guys
couple of
start
boys
going
going down the pit.
You go down a few hundred feet before there's that platform where you guys fought the mechanical Behir, that lightning construct. And then the pit continues to go deeper and much, much, much deeper still. Go ahead and roll me, I'm going to say a perception check.
All right, I can do that. It would help if I rolled 2d20s, not a d8. A fucking other thing. Let's see here. Perceptione. +4. 17.
As you are flying downwards deeper and deeper, you do come across a very abrupt ending as you start to see the fading, glowing kind of teal colorings about the runes of that elevator where you guys left some of the soul stones, and you see that faded air giant glyph in the middle of the platform. As the room opens up around you, the illusion remains dispelled where this was once a very claustrophobic hallway. Now this open, abandoned, overgrown temple appears in this space. Agrimar, with that perception check, you also realize that to the north of this chamber, where there was just, I think it was about 30 to 35 statued figures,
Oh, yeah.
there remain about 10 now.
Oh.
And where that steeped ziggurat was is just this pitch black sphere of darkness that your
Fucking
light does
hell.
not seem to penetrate beyond.
Well, Aatrox, there we go. And some of the fucking statues are moving too. I don't know if those are being used as bodies for the flatteries or what. There's the void.
Well, I'll check this out. Why don't you go check them out?
Agrimar
As
will go
Atriox steps towards the void.
Oh,
All right, Agrimar, what you looking for?
He's gonna look for scrapes, boot marks to see if they were moving in a particular direction.
All right. Roll me, I want to say an investigation check. Open to arguments for something else.
Investigation is probably the closest thing to that. Not too shabby. 17 investigation.
Pretty good. All right. Let me see how to do this.
I blame Amanda for all of our troubles, just by the way, for the record.
no, that's valid.
She activated the fucking void. She brought the liches. It's all her fault.
All her fault. She abandoned us.
She abandoned us. She has a
Multiple
get out of jail
times.
free card.
She has multiple times she has abandoned us.
How many of her cat lives has she used yet?
Agrimar, you start going through the remains of these statues, looking for signs of where they might have escaped to. And you start coming across more piles of rubble amongst the remaining statues than you recalled. It looks as though some of the statues that were here that you recall previously, in their stead is just a pile of rubble now. Many of these statues appear to be broken down or destroyed. Looking through some of the remnants, you recognize some of the bits and pieces. Like the goggles on top of that guy's head remind you of somebody that you guys traveled with a while back. The sort of leather armor adorning that guy kind of reminds you of that one fight with such and such. And as you start going through the remaining figures about these entities, putting some of the puzzle-like pieces of statues back together, You make out different likenesses of people that you've encountered. All of these statues shattered apart.
So every statue that looks like a person that we have personally killed is part. Oh my god!
Broken into rubble.
And how many are left? You said there was
about 10.
What do they look like, Agrimar? What do they look like?
Agrimar will take note of what they look like.
All right.
If one of them's Rafal, oh god.
Well, one of them seems to have more of an elvish appearance, but there is a bit of a resemblance to Rafal of one of the figures standing nearby him. The long, flowy, elven-haired individual stands beside another statue that bears the likeness of Rafal, but with bigger armor and a larger sword. Like the last time you saw Raffleganger.
Yep. Raffleganger. Okay.
One of the other entities has the likeness of Queen Leosa. One of the others looks like another Annabelle. And one of the others...
Well, goddamn it, Lucas, you just got us all the answers I was looking for. Holy fucking shit. Good job, bro.
She's a fucking construct.
What the fuck is going on?
I ask that every single week. We can't solve mysteries because we keep finding more mysteries.
Well, no, this is some answers.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit. Who are the rest of them? Tell us. You tell us now, you bastard.
I don't like the whole another
Wait,
Annabelle.
so there was 35
laying around.
statues, and now there's only 10?
Yeah, we've been killing motherfuckers this whole campaign.
Oh, yeah, true.
Hey.
All the pawns in the board are being taken out. I think Ryan's making me a hand up.
I'm calling an image for him. I blanked on the name of the creature, so I didn't know what to search for him. I rolled 20.
Creature.
So I've got Queen Iliosa, Raffleganger, and Annabelle. Correct? Those are the three that I recognize right off the bat.
Yes. Another one looks like...
You said one has goggles on his head. Did Preston Brentwood have
Preston
goggles?
Brentwood.
That's what he was referencing, yeah. Because that was one of the ones that's been shattered.
Hey.
Agrimar, one of the figures looks like that.
What the fuck?
What? Oh.
What is it?
This is bullshit.
Oh,
Six.
Shit. Oh. Huh.
6 of the figures look more illithid than lich.
No.
Like, their skin looks to be intact. And they don't really bear any sort of differing features among them. Like, the number of tentacles might be different.
That's significant.
But they all look
Write it down.
So that's 10.
nondescript.
Six illithid and 4 unique guys.
Oh my.
Wait, so what's this fourth, like, what's this creature thing?
I'll describe it once I get back to Rafal.
Oh, I hate you.
Pictures.
all the pictures of dead people are people we've already seen, except for unique number 4.
Is it?
Don't know. So,
Yeah.
continue. Oh,
Don't worry, it's going to be very shocking to Rachel.
I want to know what fucking Atriox finds in there too. Good. Also, good to know that the
Why would
fucking
it be shocking? I want to know.
that it's not like it's continuing to expand and then it stopped. That's good to know.
Temporarily.
It's probably to stop us from going back in there.
I mean, I was worried about it continuing to go.
I mean, it's bigger now than when you guys left it.
But it consumed the whole ziggurat.
The whole ziggurat.
Atriox, have you found anything?
How quickly did you piece those puzzles together? My goodness.
An hour, maybe?
Atriox looks to have tried his best to walk the full circumference of this void sphere. All the while that he's walking around it, you can see him tracing out runes in the air around it. And as he's doing so, he finishes carving one rune into the air, and the talon-like claw at the tip of his finger just seems to trace out, and as it moves from the tip of one rune and begins the next, this silvery chain connects one rune to the next, where he begins tracing out the same sort of protective symbol. Very similar to what Phelan did for the inn. He
Right.
seems to be doing his best to form some sort of a barrier, like a wall of force or something, to contain this while it's still walkable.
Is there anything that Agrimar can do, or is he doing that while Agrimar's searching?
That's what he's been doing while you were
Okay.
putting
I
this
can't
face with
assist
that
him in any way
body
then.
and that
Okay.
arm with that one. But effectively, as he comes to a completion on this arcane circle forms up around the base of what was this underground ziggurat, and you can see many more chains shoot like lines of latitude and longitude, just each one slicing across this sphere in a different direction to connect to another one on the opposite side, as these silvery chains look to bind this sphere of darkness from expanding any further. As Atriox turns back to you, his eyes a bit more dim than you ever recall them being. This sort of inner glow looks to have faded from him somewhat. As he looks back towards you and he says,
This is a darkness that is very, very old indeed. You have a great evil lurking here in your material plane.
That's what I said.
And it has ties to other planes, which makes it even worse.
I would recommend extraction immediately.
Extraction of the material
Your
plane?
resources are better put elsewhere. You can return to me with Tadeganata, and we can never return to this place.
Asshole.
We cannot allow this corruption to spread to other worlds. This is very quickly falling out of hand. While it remains as loosely held in place as it is, we need to stop this.
How much time do you think we have, Atriox?
I can begin to make some sending spells of my own. I can contact a few archmages and I can see what I can do about cutting off all ties to this plane as soon as possible. We will evacuate this place and we will leave them to this fate. We will not allow this corruption to spread further.
Gee, thanks.
If we have time, can we get them out of the plane? Can we get some people out? Can we save anybody?
If you must, you can bring who you wish, but you will be responsible for them. Take only who you could provide for on Daganata.
Can you make it home yourself? I have work to do here.
I can find my way home.
All right, Atriox. Prepare for the inevitable.
I am sorry such a darkness has befallen this world that you chose to fall for. But we will prevent it from spreading to other worlds like it. And perhaps in condemning this plane to its loss, others will spread tale about their brave sacrifice to cull this darkness in its place and prevent its spread further.
Sit on this. Fuck you. Fuck your family.
as he starts tracing sigils out into the air in front of him, as a silver glow starts to fill in like the opening of a doorway, as this bright light appears in the stonework of the wall as he's carving this out, opening a way of some sort and stepping through into this bright light, into what looks to be a very similar sort of scenery to what's just in an open grassy field above, except the grass that is growing appears to be a deep shade of purple, and the sky is a vibrant shade of green as this portal behind him seals shut.
So it looks like the void is temporarily being held at bay.
He's holding it shut, but he doesn't think this world has a chance.
Asshole.
Agrimar just sits down, puts his head in his hands, and just tries to let off some steam, just for the briefest, maybe a minute or two. Composes himself, and then he casts Word of Recall to take him back to the Maker's Temple.
How would you like to finish up your day of downtime?
He's gonna check on he's gonna check on Vale, make sure he's doing his work on his armor, what needs to be done.
You're able to give him a number of pointers, like some of the seam work on his pieces definitely is in need of improvement, but that'll come with time. Like, he just needs to do it more and more until it becomes a habit.
And after occupying his mind with a little bit of busy work, he sets his jaw firm and makes his way back to the Phoenix Feather Inn. And he is going to, once he gets back to the inn, he will pull out some parchments and begin jotting down notes, trying to draw images of what he saw and start formulating some form of plan.
All right. Would you like to end the session with Agrimar describing to his party members what the last statue was that he saw? Or we can pick up with that next time.
No, he'll describe it. He will call for Callum and Zara once everyone's done their spa days and everything, and say, I went back down with Atriox while you were all doing what you were doing. The void is expanding. He thinks that it will consume this plane. He put a temporary hold on it. While he discovered that, You all remember those statues when we first went down the elevator that were behind us? Just standing there. All the unique statues we didn't bother to look at.
Kind of. I mean, we had more things to worry about.
It was very dark.
Well, those statues were pawns on a chessboard, as it were. There were 35 of them. There are now only 10 that remain. The Rafafelginger was one of them. Lady Annabelle was intact. One of them was destroyed. there's another Zomeria out there somewhere. There was also 6 illithids. Slightly different makes, maybe different tentacle counts. But there are 6 would appear to be living illithids. Agamar looks at Rafal. I'm sorry, my friend, but the queen was one of those statues. Another one of their machinations. And the last one we haven't seen yet, is a giant blob-like creature, like a slug with a face. It's outstretched claws, like that of a cat or a feral beast, and imp-like wings, pierced with gold rings, and a mouth full of hundreds of sharp teeth. Almost like a bat that has grown fat off of the souls or off of the blood of many creatures, just overweight and not able to carry themselves. It's nothing like I've seen before.
Oh, that's a demon.
As Agrimar turns over the last parchment of paper that he's scribbled out a drawing upon, he shows the party the last of these figures that he saw. And it's a pretty grotesque sight for most of you. But Thule, you've seen this particular type of monster before when you were researching the Omnizoos inside of one of the great libraries of MistHaven, inside of the restricted section, when you were trying to discover what sort of capabilities Dazan of the Inquisitors would have as an Omnizoo.
Fucking mother. Fucking.
Oh.
I'm gonna die.
What happened?
Ah, let's just kill them all.
What?
Sorry, you're gonna get your wish earlier than you thought.
Yeah. Ah.
I don't know how to stop the void. Atriox thinks that it's going to consume everything. We have a terrible threat to the city, but we also have a terrible threat to the world. I plan on doing something to stop it, but I will need help.
I think that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Fuck you, Ryan.
What the fuck
You
are
guys
we...
didn't want to look at the statues before. I'm like, great, they're gone. They're never going back to these statues ever again.
The random chance that I took him down there to look at that shit, and we found out the queen.
That was like big brained, awesome move. Holy shit. That's. Oh my god, we just got so many answers.
Right?
I just want to say that you shouldn't be able to have 35 pawns in chess. That's just cheating.
They were playing both sides of the field.
What Glitch is doing is cheating.
He's got dupes of himself. Of course he's cheating.
Oh my god. I'm willing to bet one of those statues is a dragon.
No, unless they were disguised. It was 6 illithids.
No, one of the destroyed statues.
Oh, one of the destroyed
They
statues.
were- they're
No,
these
it's
guys.
the people we've killed so far up there.
So
Ryan's
what about
pinging.
the dragon though? That's what, because the dragon still had the rune, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But there wasn't a dragon statue?
Nope.
Unless it was a polymorphed
Oh
dragon.
my god, he was just calling the crossfire.
No, he still had the golden
Oh,
lotus
yeah.
rune on his forehead.
That could have been
It's-
any like generic image, right? Because most dragons have the ability to transform themselves, right?
But
Make
it
themselves
was
appear like
there
a
was
humanoid.
a dragon statue, but then it disappeared.
You got me there, pal.
It fell into a humanoid form because they didn't want to use that much stone.
How considerate.
Yeah. Okay. So, Tazan, the queen,
Raffleganger's still alive. We know Raffleganger's still alive.
number 3, and the Raffleganger,
And 6 Illithids.
and a bunch of Illithids. Okay, all right.
Okay, but wait, isn't
What?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. So there was the statue of the elf and the Raffleganger. Was the elf one destroyed?
The elf one was not destroyed.
Oh.
Wait,
But
so
aren't they one and the same?
I thought they were one and the same.
You
Elf?
saw
There's-
the blonde elf statue and the Raffleganger statue.
But they're the same person,
and
aren't they?
Iliosa and
Samaria and Dazan and 6 Illithid.
Okay,
That's
so
11.
11, not 10.
It is 11. Yeah,
is it supposed to be 11?
it's 11.
Oh, okay. I appreciate you, Ryan. Thank you.
Yep. We got to clarify. So,
Okay.
dude.
Wait a minute.
Do we know any other elves?
No,
I mean, just
but
the
he
Star
was-
Knight.
Oh, fuck that dude. Oh, Jaeger. You got a golden lotus, asshole?
I mean, either it's that or like that whoever has the staff is
The wizard, the elf wizard, maybe? But
Mhm.
they're on the run. Maybe. What if Nari threw herself into the void to save us all from whatever the golden lotus was doing?
What if she saw it and she just noped the fuck out of here?
Well, if she took the pieces with her into the void, it'd be very hard for the golden lotus to get her.
Oh, she said that.
maybe.
I see. Look, even when people do terrible things and abandon us in the middle of combat, I try to think highly of them.
Well, she's a vampire, so maybe we should stop doing that.
Nope.
She's like genuinely a good person.
She's
Yeah,
my
she
Nari.
just happens to be a vampire.
Just like you happen to be dating a construct.
I mean, she's only just
Oh.
sided with evil entities at every turn. It's just like at some point
Yeah.
we should maybe
Yeah, but
look at
one of them lied to her though. Like we can't.
So she's easily manipulated by power. That's worse.
But we love
He's
her.
literally
And you made
the
her leader.
deceiver.
Yeah.
It didn't make her leader. Look, I was depressed. Okay,
I thought you were drunk. I keep hearing that you were drunk at the time.
I was drunk and depressed because Reverence got away.
Aw.
And now, he's your
And now
little
you
bitch.
let him get away again.
And now you're all buddy with him.
Aw.
He's your little bitch.
Look, the only reason he is alive is because Trinia is safe. If she was not safe, he would be unalived.
Oh.
He's the reason why she's wanted.
Oh yeah, no, I don't understand that. But...
So, like, at some point, Rafal is going to make it so she is no longer wanted, but that might just be easier done by just getting rid of the Requisitors.
Get rid of the queen. Get rid of the inquisitors.
I mean, we
you
have
got a lot
to.
to
We
do.
have to kill Dazan.
We have
We
to
have
kill
to
the
get in
Zan.
there.
Yeah, and
I have been sitting on this shit since I even have the date of this session where I got this. February 28th of 2021.
Jesus
God
Christ.
damn.
A year and a half
remember
later, here we
23rd.
go.
Things weren't better.
They weren't.
You guys
but-
have been wanting to kill the Requisitors since like day one.
yes, that's like kind of the whole reason I built Rafal. Okay.
I mean, to be fair, it's just
But
there have
order
been
of operations, it might be easier. Throw this out there. It might be easier to get rid of the queen,
Yeah.
make Rafal
Yeah.
king, and then go fight the Requisitors.
And then Zara leaves after you become king, and then
That's
we
fucking
don't
up
have
to
help for
her,
the
man. I can't make her do anything, okay?
Nobody can.
She's a big gnome. I don't even know what race you are.
Halfling.
Halfling.
She's a big
Short.
halfling that can make her own decisions. All right, if she
Is-
wants
is-
to leave, she can leave.
Is the way that I'm sorry, is the way that I'm playing Zara, is that becoming a problem? Because I could just get rid of her right now, if that's...
Not at all. If you're having fun with it.
Oh. I mean, that's just the thing, right? It's just like, yeah, like she might leave. Okay, she might leave. That's up to her.
But it's not becoming a problem?
No?
Not
I
if
mean,
you show up
it's
when we
a
need you.
problem, but it's not a problem.
Look, I'll tell
It-
you.
It's not creating, like...
Not creating
Frustration?
conflict. No.
Look, I've
Okay.
I've DM'd a party where somebody literally just wouldn't shoot a boss in the middle of a boss fight, right? That is creating a problem, right?
Yeah, we've had that before too.
So, like, as long as you're still gonna have our backs and stuff like that when we need
Oh
you.
yeah, no. I'm not gonna have Zara stab you guys in the back. No. That's why I'm like, please, for the love of God, don't put me in with Thule.
Oh, I think it'd be hilarious if the two of you got like trapped together or something. I think that'd be
Oh,
funny
yeah.
Because
as
if
fuck.
Thule went down, Zara would let her die.
Honestly, this is just going up to like a fucking bottle episode.
You know how many of those happened, and then people try to do dumb shit to get the other people to like them, and then we have to start it all over again.
You mean you,
Yeah,
like
We did that twice.
you lock them together in the bottom of the boat?
Aw.
You choose the one renegade option.
Oh, and then they
Kind
end
of
up
restart
falling
the
in
whole
love.
romance.
It's so cute.
And then 10 episodes later, she was kidnapped, and now she may or may not be mind controlled. I don't know.
But okay, so then all right. So let's talk what to do about the queen.
We could have her assassinated at the Arboretum opening.
That is true. We can make it look like an accident.
We know someone who's likes to kill people for money.
Okay, but the problem is all right, and I'm just throwing this out there. If that happens, we might need to kill Reverence.
Oh, how
Okay.
come?
Okay.
Oh, wait, to get him out of the line of
He has-
succession.
He has a claim to the throne over Rafal.
Do you think we could? No, he probably wouldn't willingly do that. Like, actually, like if we asked him to kill the queen, do you think he'd do it?
The thing
He
is, I
doesn't-
don't think he could.
I don't think he needs to, but the problem is the queen is well protected, right? So she herself is
Has-
powerful, apparently.
So
She has a piece of exorcist, and she has a personal bodyguard of those like female bodyguards that she created. So like
the Mist Maidens, yeah.
the Mist Maiden. So she's well protected. So like if anyone's gonna do it, like the thing is, I think what Reverend said is interesting, right? If you expose her as not human, how do people react to that, right?
Yeah, but that just
That's
gets
what
you
he's
the
lived
crown.
with
That
his whole
doesn't get
life.
her dead.
Well,
The Requisitors can come right in and whisk them away.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, because we can't just fight her in front of everyone.
No, of course not.
And
Could
it
we
needs-
goad her into fighting us?
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
She has no reason to.
She's the
We-
queen.
we
Why would
will
she
do
fight
that.
somebody?
It just looked like
Night,
we were
Ben.
trying to kill the queen.
Night, guys.
Night,
Night,
Ben.
So we need a patsy in order to kill the queen and make it
Just
look
frame
like a
Trinia
pure-
Sabor, guys.
No, we need people to know the truth about her before she's. Because the public opinion matters, right? And the people are like kind of like 50-50 on her. So like it's not like we have to do too much. Like people aren't totally thrilled about her. She's not from MistHaven. Like she, like we just took care of all the shit with the Golden Lotus and stuff like that. Like, I mean, as far as I understand it, the people are like kind of mess still on her.
Like, it's been nothing but disasters since she got crowned queen.
So
If we find a way to link her to the Golden Lotus, maybe?
Oh, that'd be good.
but
The
nobody
thing is,
knows what the
nobody
Golden
knows it.
Lotus is.
Shoot, that's right. They just know that there was like a phoenix and
We can
it was
link
foggy
her.
for days.
We can link her to the disasters and her not being human, and if we can like put those pieces together for people,
Yeah.
How would we be able to link it together that would be easily digestible for the people to understand?
there isn't a way. That's
Yeah.
the
Unless...
problem.
No.
Now
And we're also directly
technically-
tied into a lot of that shit anyway.
in yeah, like that's the thing. Like people, what proof do we have of any of this?
I'll say this.
Like
Agrimar has killed for
everyone.
Rafal before.
We can't kill everyone in MistHaven.
I sure as hell
Zara
can.
would do it. I mean,
The Void's gonna do it for us, so I can speed up the process.
We won't know until we try.
I'm saying if Rafal wants to get in there and then something happened to the Queen, Agrimar will take the fall.
Oh. What if we poison her?
She's
That is
if
true.
she
I
is a
have-
construct, she's immune to poison.
I don't think it would
No.
work. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it would work.
That's right, because she's not human.
Yeah, that's what Reverence was trying to say. Like she has like super regenerative properties.
You know
and
what?
stuff
You know what
like that.
overdoes that? Fucking lava.
So you're saying you
I know.
poison
I
her
know
with
what lava does to a body.
Poison her with lava.
Yep.
Okay. It's all coming
'cause
together,
we're
guys.
we're gonna have two. We're gonna have two problems. All right, we got to choose when to fucking
So many
frame
goddamn
Jaeger,
problems.
and we got to choose when to fucking expose the Queen.
Does Jaeger matter at this moment?
Yes, because he's a big time powerful noble with a lot of money and a lot of land.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that if the queen is dead, right? Because Jaeger's not a pawn in the grand scheme of things, apparently.
Not nail it at chest, no.
He's just some schmuck.
He's
Yeah,
another
he's
tool.
literally just
He's
some
another
schmuck.
tool. He's another like
Yes, but
Reverence.
as long
He's a
as we
tool.
don't-
He's a
But
tool.
but as long as we don't lose the evidence for his shit, we can expose him at any time.
Could
True.
we?
Anytime.
And if
I
you're
mean,
king, you can just bring it up and be like, "You're fucked, dude."
True.
Like that.
I
That's
do.
that's like low level politics. We're talking about like we need to
That's
stop the
just some-
apocalypse.
That's just some austerity measures.
Could we
You got
use
that thing over his head.
Jaeger to expose the queen at all, and then betray him in the end? I mean, I know I was against using him to get at Rafal the crown, but at this point, it seems like this is
That
pretty
is
much a big
not-
fucking deal.
What if your mom and Jaeger were to make statements?
What if
Oh,
that?
that's
What
true.
I mean, you did say that elf. Like that's not a bad observation to make. Also, brain on the shelf, like very illithid. Like he could be an illithid.
Is he?
Oh.
Do we know what he is?
No.
He's
he
an
human?
elf.
Well, here's the thing: illithids are aberrations. They are nothing that I can detect.
True Sight would go through their bullshit if they were disguising themselves, right?
See,
Should.
that's why I was saying use true seeing.
So, like, because it's very likely that
But
if it's a brain in the jar in Jaeger's study, that he has something to do with illithids.
and if
He
they
had
have
it
any
in the
sort of
workers'
protective
break
amulet
room.
like the one that Zara's got to protect it against divination, that also would affect your true sight.
Oh, shit!
right.
Really?
Yeah, like they
That was
can't
around the
see
brain?
through your illusion.
I wanted to take it
possible
out because I thought
Jaeger
it was
wears
creating a
something like
hostile
that.
work environment.
Well,
He's
just like,
probably got non-detection, mind shielding, and something
well,
else.
I'm just saying, like, because brain in the jars are like classic
And who
illithid.
puts that in a bar?
It's in like, yeah, it's in like the barracks, you know, like so, like that's what I'm saying. Like,
I thought he was creating a hostile work environment.
he is wearing an amulet right there.
With an eye. That's a little suspect.
So are you saying that we've got to break into the estate? Because I'll do it again.
You're willing.
How would if they have a amulet of proof against or a proof of non-detection, how would we expose? You'd have to remove the item, right?
Or dispel magic.
Does that work on magic items? Because I don't think you can just nuke magic items, right?
You
Wait,
can.
You'd have to like
If you
disenchant
dispel
them,
the
right?
effect.
You can disintegrate them.
we have someone who knows disintegrate, I think.
We do have a disintegration cannon.
We do have a magic item expert on our team.
Yeah, I know. I got replaced by a wizard.
You're a crafting expert. He's a magic item expert.
Apparently
They're
not
two
to
different
Callum. He's very
things.
upset that I was getting crafting materials from a third party
You did promise him exclusivity,
for
It's
magic
true.
items.
and then you chose to make your
Technically-
wardrobe magic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
so
tricked me in that one, Ryan. That's not my fault.
Your peer doesn't know your dealings.
No, I know. But
He's
you were
trying
like,
for
well, you
the
could add
upsale.
magic to it. And I was like, sure, of course I'm going to add magic to it. I didn't think it was a magic item.
So what are we gonna do? How are we going to? So even if we
asking how-
did, so like, I don't trust Jaeger, so I don't want to ask for his help.
No, yeah.
So if we didn't ask him for his help, how would we do this?
Is there, okay, hear me out. Is there a talk show like person who is very popular, very annoying, can get the word out very fast and make a lot of people angry in
Thule?
MistHaven? Because I would use them. Okay.
Well, I mean,
You
I'm
just
pretty sure.
described Thule.
No, it's Boyle. It's
It would be
Boyle.
Boyle.
Right?
He's
It'd
got a
be
lot of
the
influence and he can
Thieves
cause a
Guild.
stink real quick, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
if
let's
we
give
were
it to
to tell,
Brodrin and see if he could do it.
No, he's a
Just
nobody
messing, just
now.
messing.
Yeah, I was gonna say Brodrin's a nobody.
Oh, I'm just having
you
a
mean
little fun.
Spiderfucker?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Spider.
Spiderfucker.
I still
he
need to
has-
meet
fucking
Spiderfucker.
He has fallen. Like the Lich kicked his ass. He's gonna be a good ally to have because we can be like, "Yo, this is the dude that did that to." He'd be like, "Brah!"
So, okay, so like so Boyle would be, okay, to use a real world example, and I'm throwing myself up, would be, would be like Joe Rogan, right?
No,
To
Boyle
rile up the
would be
masses?
like a mobster.
Okay.
Don
Oh,
And like
Corio.
he's like a gang leader. He's gonna get
He's even
Like-
cast as De Niro in my head. Like Robert De Niro plays Boyle for sure.
like kingpin type shit.
Like he would put concrete on your feet and sink you in the fucking sea.
okay, so he would be able to get out the word.
We can't refuse. Yeah, that's
So
him.
he would
you
be
want to
able
alter
to.
someone's reputation, he's the guy you talk to.
Oh,
In the
okay. So if we
streets.
tell him, how would we sweeten the deal though for him?
You just pay him.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I mean,
Exclusivity.
you've already traded him flamethrowers. What's sweeter than that?
That is true. He does owe me like a lot, I think. You're welcome.
We didn't
mean-
even get paid that well for that.
Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
What do you want,
also,
trademark rights?
also, if there's no city for him to, be a kingpin of,
You mean if there's no world for all of us to live on?
yeah, I was just saying, like, you might be able to tell him, like, because he's one of those powerful people. You give him information about what's going on, and he see that as valuable.
So
Like,
would
Reverend-
At
we?
the end of the day, he wants to keep him and his boy's life safe.
And if Rafal does that, just
Not
saying,
an ally for
Yeah.
life. Yeah.
vote Rafal.
If you don't,
Vote
you're
for
gonna
the
die.
monarchy.
I mean, you do vote for the king. Like, nobles and powerful people do vote for king.
I didn't go for him.
No, the poor people don't.
Yeah.
It's a tragedy.
But that being said, powerful people that like Rafal are Andrin likes me now. Andrin likes me a lot now. He didn't like me originally, but he likes me now.
You got Ben Carlo.
Yeah, Cassandra likes me. So like that's important. Like the head of the city guard likes me
Okay,
and the head of the Emerald Enclave likes me.
but does she like you now that Zara is no longer in jail?
She doesn't know that she still hangs around for all she knows. Like,
I don't know. She was on my list of people. I specifically said to go visit Cassandra Creed. So I don't know. Like, cause like we go way back. Like Cassandra really trusts Rafal. Like
Did you get
lot.
with have you had any good relations with the High Arbiter?
No. I don't know if
Like, we haven't
Rafal's ever
talked to
met.
her since Agrafar got broken out of prison.
I don't think if Rafal's ever met the High Arbiter.
I don't think so.
That might be a good the one that could see like through all bullshit. Like they're pretty powerful.
Yeah, but like Boyle I don't think dislikes Rafal. And then like the Arconas like Rafal.
I think
the
what
Lady
you need to do
likes Rafal.
You can get the general populace in your pocket by like straight up like buying those empty buildings and starting like an outreach program, and then you're gonna get
that's
a huge
that's
popularity vote.
Yeah, that's been a huge thing for me, is changing the lives of the people, right? And just by like even just the few people so far that I've been able to do that for, it's been great. But like, okay, so that's like all the power, like I think what we've established is that if we can present evidence to these powerful people, then we can basically, we need to plan a coup, guys.
We have to commit treason.
We are planning a coup here.
would we enact our coup during the opening of the Arboretum?
I mean,
that's literally.
Can we have a day?
We have a day if you want to actually be here.
I think it's possible because like Rafal's gonna be right there with her. It's outside of the castle. It's everyone's gonna be there.
We have to expect, if things go south, that
these are the kinds of places that coups happen.
No, I agree, but like things can go south really quickly if she.
Well, that's why we're planning it right now.
Because Agramar could, in theory, block all magic.
Look at this. He's
close
rearranging the tokens. It's real now. This is the beginning of the end, y'all. Oh my god. You guys know what I just realized?
What?
If we do this, we've wrapped up Kevin's arc. We've pretty much wrapped up Thule's. We've pretty much wrapped up Agramar's, and we'll have wrapped up Rafal's like personal arcs. Like the game will pretty much be almost over.
Agramar always had more work to do.
Well, yeah, but yours is like extra planar. Like yours is clearly like the end game shit.
You know what mine is? Campaign 3.
Do you think we could convince Artoria?
She's a wild card. I don't know who she actually is.
Wait, who?
Artoria Simber.
Like I like her a lot. I don't know if she's been lying. She hasn't been lying to me though, right, Ryan?
No, she's helped us.
Like I've interacted with her way too much. Yeah, and I've interacted with her way too much for her to have been lying like all the time to me.
Yeah, but you can't. I mean, the queen hasn't necessarily been lying to you, and she's turned out to be a fucking crazy ass construct lady.
That's very true.
Like, just because they're not lying to you doesn't mean it's not in their programming to fuck you.
Her picture isn't. I mean, like, she's not one of the statues. Artoria's not an elf, right, Ryan?
No.
Human,
she's a human, isn't she?
Half elf, maybe.
I thought she was human.
I'm pretty sure I made her human.
Yeah, I think she is. I'm pretty sure. Like, because she's
Again,
just.
we can't be
'cause, I mean,
100% sure
her,
about this because there's
I mean, her token
polymorph
is
and
Jane Proudmore, so
She
that's
appears human.
um.
I think the play. I think we need to get the
Is
queen
that
out.
Alahoon? Oh God.
I
Wait,
think.
what do we need to do?
Well, I think we need to do whatever we're doing with the queen, and then be prepared to move directly to the Requisitors afterwards. We have to do them close by, otherwise they're gonna fucking split.
So essentially, we are going to, in Game of Thrones talk, we're going to take out Cersei Lannister and then move on to the, whatever the fuck the night crawlers are, night giants, whatever the fuck they were, right? In
Like
terms
the
of
undead
that.
people.
Yeah,
Yes.
kinda. Little bit like
Okay.
that.
We would have to basically the Night King and taking out Cersei or Khaleesi if you want to go for like the dragon aspect or whatever.
Okay,
But
that doesn't
we're
seem.
gonna have to fight on two fronts, and it's gonna be fucking exhausting, and people are gonna die. But that's the way I see it is we're gonna have to fight two major fights right in a row.
Well, here's the thing. Here's a cool thing, right? Is that we can drive the Requisitors into their fort because we're gonna have armies at our disposal now.
Yes,
Yeah, a lot of good
but
they did us during the fucking battle of the Shimmering Stream.
you also have to remember
We-
that the way into the Requisitors Fort is you have to speak a truth, correct?
Yeah,
That's unless the building is still standing.
but I'm just saying, like we're gonna be able to take the fight to them.
Oh, I know someone who can open fucking doors with
I don't think
eccentric
that-
locks. Fuck
I don't
that
think
bullshit.
Atriox is gonna
I
come
don't-
back to help us.
I don't
No,
think
hear 'em out.
Atriox is going to do that.
He hasn't really been able to have a good conversation with
Okay,
Thule yet.
We haven't
You want
gotten.
to come back into the condemned building that you
We
just
still
said
have
needs
to
get
plan our coup. We
gassed?
still need to do step one.
Okay, we're going to do the coup at the Arboretum, right?
I mean, how though? We have to.
Yeah, how and who do we talk to?
And like, what evidence do we present?
Do we imprison her first or do we imprison her first, then bring out the evidence, or do we bring out the evidence, then do the coup, you know?
Private confrontation or public confrontation?
Oh, that's a good one, yeah.
I say public.
Do we
I think
incapacitate her first, or
No, like we can't attack her. We have to expose her.
Do we
Right?
have anything on her besides a statue 300,
And a
400 feet
word.
below the city?
we have reference.
Who is going to be outed as they killed the previous king and their word will be mud. We don't have anything to out the queen.
No,
It's
we'd have
very
to
well
show,
played.
we'd have to show them.
We would have to
Could we-
dispel whatever.
Like it's like in Men in Black where he just blows the dude's head off to show Jay like what's up, and then it just
Like
starts
this
growing
dude
back.
starts growing back. Yeah.
Yeah, we need a moment like that that shows everyone.
Divine Smite.
could we make her tell the truth?
That's an interesting.
I can zone a
Wonder if
truth,
there's
but
work
that doesn't
on
I
force the
have
truth
a
to come
couple
out.
of truth
She's
serums
also
too, so
she's also resistant to magic.
truth serum. I got truth serum. All Rafal has to do is share a bit of wine, and she starts spilling the beans.
She could be immune to poison.
That's not a poison, though.
It's
Right?
not.
No, I think we agreed that it wasn't.
I think
Hold on.
Truth serum is a poison.
Ah, fuck. Well,
I think it's like on the top of the list.
well, fuck. Never
Or
mind.
do
Well,
we go
could
the
try.
assassination route and just make sure no one saw us?
I don't want to do that. That's the curse of the Crimson Throne.
Yeah.
I don't think that is.
It's the greed of men is the curse of the Crimson.
It's not
yeah,
for
that's-
greed;
that's-
it's for protection of the masses.
I'm just
But unless the masses are aware of it, from
Yeah,
the outside,
people-
it looks
just
as though
looks
it's just
like-
the ambitions.
It just looks like I'm taking the throne for myself. I have to reluctantly accept it once it's thrust upon me. You know what I mean?
It needs to be worthy. Seen
Yeah,
as worthy.
because the note that I have, because we asked Severus what the curse was, and he said essentially that those who want the throne are the folly of what befalls them, or some shit like that. Basically, you reap what you sow.
Right. Rafal can't make he hasn't really made too many enemies on his rise here. You know what I mean? And it's like
No, they're all
it's
dead.
well, I mean, there've been evil people. But yeah, the people need to be on Rafal's side. That's important to him.
The only thing I think we actually have on her is that she is not mentally fit because she's being corrupted by this ancient item of a long forgotten titan.
We could bring that up, yeah.
That's the only thing that we have that would be like she's kind of fucked up in the brain now.
And that's tricky, right? Because you can be like,
You
how can I
could-
convince you not? You need to give us your crown. Oh, I'm not going to give you the crown. It's the crown.
And
that's
then
fair.
Sabrina steps up, tries to stab you, and I fucking banish her to the Shadowfell or something.
So do we have to make her look crazy? And then attack
I
her?
think that's the only physical bit of evidence that we have is the fact that she has this crown and all these terrible things have been happening since she took the crown.
I mean,
She's not
that's
fit.
not a bad angle, right? Is to just say
It's diplomatic. It's non-bloodshed.
So Rafal would get up and say, "Hey, look, guys,
bitch is
look at all these
crazy."
problems."
I don't think that's gonna work. Because it would only be the people there that could hear it, right? Like, what if?
How does one overthrow a monarchy?
I mean, she's running a tight ship. It's kind of hard to...
In fact, we didn't find out about this. Ooh.
Do we have anything on, Vivana?
No, I don't know
No,
shit
she's
about
just
her.
an ambassador.
Well, the
Yeah,
last
she's
one
also-
worked out real well for us.
She's also the sister to that cleric that was working to heal Trinia. Agrimar just totally showed him up by just casting divine intervention on her.
Yeah.
It wasn't Trinia. It was.
Oh no, it was
It was Gru's daughter, right?
No.
his niece,
his niece.
It's Bickerstaff's
Brianna.
Great-great-granddaughter.
great granddaughter,
Brianna.
Brianna, that's what it was.
the miracle child.
The girl who lived.
I'm not seeing a peaceful way of...
I don't know. How do medieval coups take place? I don't even know.
A lot of stabbing.
Yeah, usually they just kill them.
Yeah. This isn't a democracy.
I mean,
Exactly.
there is, if she, God forbid, if she is a construct, that would prove your point after the fact. If she's not, then it would look real bad on you.
Right, let's just stab her through the chest, and then she
If
just
she
dies.
dies.
She dies, and you're like, oh, well, yes, I'm king.
I mean, that is kind of how monarchies work.
I mean,
It's true.
if she is
What if Rafal does it disguised as someone else?
What if
Yourself
just
look
one
like
of
Trinia
us does
Sabor.
it?
yeah. Okay, wait. If we were to
You have
hit
a head of
her,
disguise, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Not like
I-
the problem is not enough people can see that.
No, but you get Marcus, you get Cassandra, and you get like Artoria, the three pillars of the community, right? The army, the police, and the fucking the scholars.
I want you guys to understand. Artoria is kind of a nobody.
Who's
you
in
want
charge
to
of the
get
school?
bodyguard.
I need
Isn't it
these.
Lady
I need
Laurent?
these people at the bottom. I need the headmasters, the exotic trades. Like you need the people with the money. You need these people down here. And
So if we were to attack
They're all gonna be there, right?
the
they're all
queen,
gonna be there.
if we were to attack the queen, like just one shot, like good hit, would that kind of show that she is a construct? Do we just need to get one shot to show like she's a fucking construct, or do we
Don't-
need to kill her?
I don't think so because like if she just doesn't die, right, then everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, she's so strong. She just lived through an assassination attempt."
Because if it was one hit, then
We would have to do a secret. I think a secret or quieted some kind of dispel if there is a guise. We'd have to figure out if there's a guise or not. Because there's got to be a way to reveal what she is without physically harming her, otherwise it looks bad.
counterspell. No.
And then there's always the issue of reverence.
Well, if he really is going to pull that play, I don't think he is, because that would be a terrible idea of trying to come up and take the crown after what's happened.
It could be a brilliant idea.
You want me to go kill him?
Kinda.
Because that's
But-
what I was
We could've
contemplating all
killed him.
weekend.
Except now that I know that he's buddy with the daughter of, like, I don't know. Now he's useful again. God damn it.
He's got connections. He's happy to be a middleman.
I hope
He did say
he's intelligent enough to not.
He did
test
say
that.
he has no illusions for the crown, but I don't know if I believe him.
He didn't lie
No,
to you.
he was being 100% truthful.
I
And
know.
He knows that if he attempts to do that, he's dead. That's signing his own death warrant.
All right, I believe him.
Like, I think he even went so far as to tell you, like, I shouldn't even be telling you this part, but like, I'm shooting for full independence of the Undercity, which I know is not going to happen, but I know that's the truth, and that's why I'm telling you this.
I'm hot on my insights. I rolled another natural 20 for 29.
Dang.
You incite the fuck out of Revolt.
Yeah.
So is it going to be just us doing the coup, or are we going to enlist other people that are our allies?
Well, that's...
Because I don't think the Wharf Rats are going to cut it.
No, that's why I'm talking
Get your
about...
slingshots, guys.
For some reason, I am talking about, like, Endrin and Cassandra,
Yeah, we
because...
need to talk to Marcus. We need to
A
talk
day,
to
right? We have most of the day left.
Okay, Marcus is an interesting person to talk to, because Marcus does know about the Golden Lotus.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's got one of their ships.
And he fucking saw a lot of shit with us. Because we pulled a fucking dragon's carcass out and showed it to him.
Lost the whole Griffin cavalry.
He saw us take down the Phoenix. Like, he knows.
He took down one of the Golden Lotus's ships.
We fucking even told him about the airship and like the
Gave it to
fucking
them.
yeah. So like he knows the story, right? So like
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. He's got.
You're
he's
right.
Got some
Like
content.
Endrin might be the one to
I think
because if the army marches in, we could do a military coup. Is what I'm
I think
saying.
that's what we have to do.
I think
yeah.
we have to do that.
That's the most. That's the.
Okay,
most
so maybe that's what
peaceful.
Write that
Revolt-
down and post it so I can make sure that I've got spell slots for sending messages to these people, because we got people
So-
to talk to.
instead of fucking over Jaeger at the Arboretum, we're gonna fuck over the Queen. Is this really happening?
We're putting
Yeah.
Rafal in the
We're
throne
staying
2
How
weeks
this
from
is
now.
happening? God damn.
And I will kill
So
anybody
Jaeger's
who
going to be
steps in the way.
Jaeger's probably going to be expecting to be overthrown. To expose. Wouldn't it be funny if he's like, not today, bitch?
He put on his good pants, and he's like, wait, I'm
Yeah.
not getting exposed tonight?
Are we going to bring
Depends
Boyle
on
into
what his
this?
reaction is to,
I think it would be who of us to have Boyle and the Wharf Rats running scout in case people tried to dip.
The wharf rats are staying fucking put. I am not putting them in danger's
They can
way.
stay in our area. I'm just saying they can watch their turf and just make sure
Yeah,
that
they can
if
just
anybody's
stick
dipping.
around the Phoenix Feather Inn. They can stay safe. Like,
So
we're
they'd
gonna
be
need
scouts
people in the city.
essentially.
Yeah, we need scouts. We're gonna if we're doing this,
scouts for what?
if people bounce, like if they're
That's what Shaka and Owazi are for.
What people? Who people?
any people, I
People
don't know.
that were trying, like the
NPCs.
queen.
Like, yeah, but like, I'm not gonna. If the queen gets past us, I'm not expecting the fucking wharf rats
No,
or
I'm
Show
just-
me, get her!
I'm saying if our
normal
attention is
Thieves' Guild
divided,
yeah, I guess even if she bounces, I don't know. As long as Endron's on our side, like, who's gonna fucking say no?
no, but we still got to get that piece off her.
And it's very likely that she tries to use the Requisitors to fight us.
It could be a 2-for-1 deal.
Or maybe
Have you thought of
not,
a new
'cause we're
cabinet
not-
after all these nobles die in this inevitable conflict?
No, I haven't.
So I don't think the Requisitors would attack us because we wouldn't be a danger to the city.
She controls them technically.
They're also both members of the Golden Dawn Initiative or whatever.
Oh shit, that's right.
So if she really wants fucking
Yeah, now we
demonic help,
know
they'll come.
that she's friendly with them. Unless this is all a trick and we're fucked. I don't think it's a trick.
I
Doesn't
think
seem
either
like a
way we
trick.
get Rafal on the throne and it's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
My goal's achieved.
I guess we'll have to sleep on it. We'll have to think about it.
I think Endron might be our best bet.
I think that's the best bet. Military might backing up and then provide whatever kind of information. We have to get him up to date.
Well, we need him and
First.
Cassandra Creed. We need both.
And yeah,
Yep.
because she has the city guard. Yep.
She is the city guard. Because then the only group that we would be fighting is Sabrina and the Mist Maidens. And the Requisitors.
Which you and Thule are built for fucking up Requisitors.
Yeah, when
Nope.
they're not Severus, yeah.
Oh my gosh, he was a bitch and a half.
Yeah, that fight fucking sucked.
Him and the Rakshasa,
Oh yeah. Well, I've got things I can do to Rakshasas now, but
right?
not a lot.
What level spells do you need to fuck them up?
I think it's,
It's
6th level or higher.
Yeah,
I
something like
can
that.
fuck up the Rakshasa.
I'm just
Finally.
gonna hold him in place and just beat the shit out of him.
That's the easiest way to kill him.
Come here, Rafal, stab him through the chest. I got a really good grapple check.
I like how Ben's gonna like come back and we'll be like, so we're gonna kill the queen.
We're staging a coup.
We're overthrowing the government.
Military coup, what do you
Anarchy.
think?
Callum just went out for nachos. We're out here planning a coup.
So
Military
I know that
takeover.
you want to ditch town with your girlfriend, but Master of the Arcane?
I'm just telling you, you may want to do that sooner rather than later.
Nobody's exiting town this afternoon.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna see if Atriox can get a long rest and put a fucking chain around the city so nobody can leave. By the way, Ryan,
This is
that was
fun.
really awesome. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was cool. That was a good find.
glad you guys found it. I thought the statues, like, I thought it was going to become the next throwaway detail. But like I was telling Rachel and Summer and some of the guys earlier, like, this is why, like, I don't think the shark matters anymore. Like, as cool as it might be to see Ironhide at some point, like, I don't think that matters anymore.
No, we're
I didn't
gonna
even know
get
that the shark
execution
existed.
by sentient shark is what the queen's gonna get.
Giant cosmic threats. Little sentient shark.
Yeah, kind of like a. Oh fuck! I don't. Finding the Death Star and Jaws. You know,
Exactly.
killing
your
the
shark
shark
wheel.
seems really insignificant compared to the goddamn Death Star.
Planet killer.
So you
In
guys
fact-
will just have to be on the lookout for a sentient shark next campaign.
That's fine. That sounds fun.
Oh
You'll
my
you'll
god!
be happy, Lucas, because Tuli will actually bring Cognar with her when we go to the Arboretum.
I was gonna say, put a bow
Keep
tie
him
on that son of a
There'll
bitch and
be
keep him right
plenty of
next to you.
space. Like hold a bouquet of flowers.
Did someone scout ahead and just scope out the arboretum before?
No,
going
you
in
should
there?
do that.
Do you want to put some barrels out and set some
Make
bombs
sure
up?
there's no Fafer eats there.
I mean, she wouldn't set up any bombs, but she'd certainly set fires. I mean, I know that we're all sweetie
Hey,
on
no,
the
no,
trees,
no. There's
but
dryads that live there. Don't
You-
set fires.
you-
Hey, be nice to the treants,
You
please.
could go with Callum because he was the architect. Like I think that would give you a good reason to go,
Mm-hmm.
and you
Because
wouldn't
I'm-
have to work with Thule.
She's staff now, so
Media pass.
Because if we do that, then she can hide some. Oh, wait, are weapons allowed in this entire thing, or is it kind of like, hey, leave your sword at the gate?
Ryan, do you want
You
us to
guys
be
are
seeing this?
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been to the Arboretum before, so like, if you guys want to try
I
and
like what they did with the
something-
maze topiaries. It's very
Is
elegant.
is this the tree that we almost all died around?
No, this. I guess that could be that refurbished now, and this is like if the camera were to pan a little bit more northward towards the main entrance to that facility, where there's
I
this
mean,
sort
that
of
whole place
balcony
kind of got
looking
fucked up and
over
needed
the
to be
courtyard.
rebuilt.
Yeah, and so a lot of this has been refurbished, and now it's looking all sorts of polished. Sections have been reworked, paths have been changed around to better cover up some fireball-like explosives.
Sorry.
But this is effectively where you guys will be giving any sort of dedication or speeches to any gathered crowds, where the Queen's token is at.
And that's a high spot, right? The benches are below that.
Yeah,
So,
it's like
like-
15, 20-foot balcony.
If there are soldiers,
Likely to have, at the very least, guards at all the exits.
no, I'm
If
talking
the
about our
Queen's-
military coup.
Yeah.
Because we are going to neutralize those guards.
Yeah, we're gonna have three to six guards come from every direction.
Because we're gonna have, we're gonna.
We're gonna bring the airship over and like
Guess
light off
I
fireworks.
Ryan, can we do it right now? Can we at least know if Endron's gonna be on our side?
Please.
You'll know he's
At
going to be
least-
on your side, but we're not going to go so far as to start it now.
That's fine. All right. Okay.
Agamor
he has
sent a message.
actively-
We're like, we need to
don't-
have a meeting.
Like, I don't want to plan all this stuff assuming we're gonna have the Emerald Enclave if we don't have the,
The Emerald Enclave is going to have your backs.
All right. What
Not
about
only-
Cassandra?
Not only Marcus Endron, but because he has, like, many of his units have personally witnessed, like, you guys
Oh, that one guy we
dominated
saved.
that
Fighting the
dragon.
dragons,
Like,
right?
you
We brought the dragon out.
corpse out to show them.
Didn't we
Not to
also
mention-
save one of the I can't
One
remember if it
of
was
the
an
city
Emerald
guards?
Enclave or a city
It was.
guard
The
from the
guy-
zombies.
It was a member of the Emerald Enclave, and he dropped him off back at one of the Emerald Enclave barracks. So, like, opposite sides of the city have heard tremendous, miraculous
Remember
tales
when,
about
like,
you guys.
Remember when I appeared in front of everybody on the wall like a fucking angel?
He gave Zara her heavy crossbow.
Oh yeah. Sucker.
So yeah, okay. So then, what about Cassandra Creed and the city guard?
She's probably not going to be in favor of a coup unless, like, it's going to take a very, very high persuasion check, I would say.
What if I
But
brought?
she might
Okay.
just stay out of it.
What if I brought Alistair with me? And
That would definitely work in your favor.
And I told her about Sabrina.
Oh,
Because
that
like,
undead
'cause,
bitch.
like, she has a personal connection to what's going on here.
That
Yes,
is true.
definitely.
Like firsthand.
That could definitely help to
Like, I want to make it about
decrease that DC.
I want to make it
Could
about
I?
family with her. You know what I mean?
Can we get all this stuff in chat so we can remember?
Yeah, would Rafal try the persuasion, or would he take Tuli with him to try the persuasion?
I mean, I think
With Cassandra.
Rafal would do it. He has a +9. I'm not like
You would have advantage on it
it's
because
family. You know, it's a family affair with her.
if I knew
Here,
that
your family.
that Rafal was doing big amounts of talking, I would give him the enhanced ability to give him advantage on all of his charisma stuff. So he should succeed.
So we might need to roleplay that one next time.
That's fine. I think I'm fine.
We have
I'm
a
gonna make
direction.
the roll for it.
Yeah, because like I think
That
we
one's a
could
tweener.
we could do it without the city guard, but it sure would be nice to have them on our side too.
The city
If the
guard will
city
make
guard-
a difference after the fact.
If the city guard could just stay out of the way and like, look, we won't hinder, but we won't help you at all. I mean,
Yeah, well, yeah, and like we don't want Emerald Enclave fighting city guard. Like we don't want that.
yeah, we want to make it look like a unified.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because that'll be really important. Okay.
Do we know, Ryan, if there were...
My stream is still running, so I have this on video.
I do too. Do we know if there was any security plans for the city for the Arboretum opening, like checkpoints and stuff like that Cassandra might
Or
be
like leave
planning?
your weapons
You
at the
guys'
door.
discretion. Like at a base, we could do like a weapon. You guys could enact a weapons check for this thing, so that only the people that you allow have weapons inside of this place. You probably won't be able to affect like the Queen's guards, but like at the very least, the common people here won't.
I'm just
have
saying,
weapons.
like
sneak
for
in extra
that,
people.
but if Cassandra's troops were going to be throughout the city at all the bridges and stuff anyway, we would have. What I'm saying is, like, if she gets on our side, then we would have people to help lock down the city if we need to.
Right.
Have
Like,
seen
yeah,
the city
like
go under lockdown
like,
before.
yeah, you
What,
guys were
see
like-
what happens when one of the monarchs dies.
Yeah, and if you guys can get Boyle on our side, then we have the Thieves Guild, we have the army, and we have the city.
We have
guard.
all the soldiers.
We can keep
It's
order,
a
which is
very
important.
fast scramble for control of the city, and
So
those hours
The
are
only
vital.
the only out I can think of is the Requisitors.
We
and-
can't have another Corbin Reed happen. You know what I mean?
Agreed. I'm thinking of possible outs is the Requisitors somehow teleporting, and the wizard, the school. Like if she gets to the teleportation circles at the school.
I mean, she
There's
could get
also-
away. That's like even if she gets away, like the coup still works, which
Right.
is what's important.
I'm thinking of funneling. Like if she's going to run in a certain direction, we can plan.
She's a
backup plans for
wizard,
that.
so like if she's gonna wizard things, she's gonna wizard things, right?
Well, yeah. Just tactically thinking. That's all.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Like, I think, well, because like even say we get the academy on our side, right? We get like, because these people are gonna be there, right? And they're gonna see things, right? So like, that's what's important. Is
Oh, yeah. No, 100%.
Yeah, and if like, because Endrin is like a war hero, and then Rafal's like a hero now, and like if all of those people are like that are all from MistHaven, if we have all these people on our side, like that's really good.
Yeah.
And if Lord Jaeger's not on our side, we'd be like, "Fuck you, traitor!"
You're working with her.
Yeah.
So the reason why I bring that up, like the tactical stuff, is because Agrimar is thinking of the bigger scale. Yeah, the coup needs to happen, but also we are still trying to keep these pieces out of the hands of those other guys. So that's why he's thinking about if someone dips.
No,
we've
that's
already lost two pieces, right?
You definitely you think on those levels. Rafal will think on the political levels. Of
There we go.
things.
We got all aspects covered.
But
Multi-dimensional thinking.
Yeah. How do you
I'm
stop her from plane shifting?
I'm still wondering. Do we? You probably answered this, but I'm not too sure. Is the Arboretum opening because we're going to be so close to the Queen and just a lot of important people there? Are we allowed any sorts of weapons in there, or do we need to hide? Do we need to stash, or is it like, oh yeah, everyone bring weapons?
I think that's gonna be totally up to us.
Yeah, you guys are hosting it, effectively. It's your rules.
Oh. Okay.
This is your guys' dedication.
This is our trap. We're the ones setting the trap this time.
You guys are going to be the ones monologuing this time. Ha ha ha!
How the
Akramar probably should
turntables have
polish his armor
turned.
then.
Ever since that ziggurat, man, things have just been rolling. Things have been happening.
The world is ending. We only have 12 sessions to get it
We're
done.
not ready for this campaign to be over.
Gas pedals all the way down.
Oh my god. What are we gonna do?
Right. When you brought up,
We have to
what are you
play
going to
a
do about Asian? I was like, I ain't got time for that shit right now.
Rafal? I don't understand.
In the next campaign, is there going to be a time split? I don't like that.
It might not even be same universe, right?
Oh, dang.
I mean, with the whole
It's
World
possible.
Tree roots intertwining thing, I'm all for doing some sort of a Spelljammer style campaign.
Yeah.
Just hop into different worlds.
A good question is, Ryan, do you want to DM another campaign after this one?
I'll need time to prep it, but definitely.
Oh my god. Rafal's gonna be king.
I wonder if, because if Amanda can get back, will she make it by the end of the campaign? It's only 2 sessions. Oh,
Yeah,
she
she
probably.
should. Yeah, she should.
She
There's
might.
there's no way we're we're saying wrap this up, but that might be the end of the year, right?
Yeah, you very well.
Yeah, there's so many things that could happen because some of our combat sessions sessions are all combat.
Look how long it took to get through 35 statues.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how long these 11 are going to take to get through?
But
Look how
now that
long
we
these-
know what we're looking for, it should be slightly easier.
Yeah, actually, it's good
we
to have
a goal. It's not a mystery.
You know the holes they're hiding in.
It feels good to have a hit list. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Right, to
we can
actually
tick them
have-
off. Okay.
To actually know who we're going after instead of just hoping that we stumble across them.
Especially after my whole speech about tools and those who wield them, and then it's just like, oh, that's who's holding the tools right there. Those people.
Just the last few checkboxes in your long line of quests. To 100% completion.
Yeah, we did all the side quests. Now it's time to everything's pointing at the main quest line. It's like, finish me.
I even got the super rare achievement. Agrimar
Not
got
even
laid.
his final
Only
form.
1% of the whole population has gotten that.
I'm
You
hoping
really have to
that
stick in there with the game to get to that point.
Yeah.
I'm hoping
I
that
had to do 4,000 hours to get to that.
What are you saying, Summer?
I'm hoping that with outing the queen, if we're successful, that it'll just draw Dazan out and we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
I'm thinking the same thing.
If not, first act as king is to abolish the Requisitors, right? And we have to do it anyway.
The problem with the Requisitors is the contract, guys. That is
you have the right as the king to call up the contract and make changes.
Yeah, but we have no idea what that means because it talks about taking away knowledge that was given to MistHaven, and we don't know what was given.
Do we want to kill Asmodeus?
Yeah. I don't think we'd have to go that far. I think we'd have to go to the second layer of hell.
And kill
Let's do it.
We literally
What's
just
her
have to
thought?
destroy the contract. We just have to kill the mithril queen.
I'm game.
Let's do it.
You're allowed to renegotiate with them.
Yeah, give
That's what I'm
the
saying.
terms
Yeah.
on how to do
That's
so.
in
I
number
don't
5
negotiate
bonus.
with devils. That's not a good
You don't
idea.
negotiate with terrorists.
I was about to say.
Negotiating with terrorists is a better idea than negotiating with devils.
I don't think so.
No, yeah.
Devils are the worst. They put things in invisible ink on your contract.
But you signed it.
With blood.
Plus, Ryan's a lawyer. I'm not fucking with that.
That document, Ryan. Oh my god.
No,
Yeah, it's this one right here.
That
Oh,
son
hold
of a
on.
bitch.
no, I've looked at it so many times, and I still like, and that's why I'm just convinced. I'm just like, no, I'm not gonna find a loophole in here.
We're
Because
gonna
this
find
one
the
allows you
loopholes.
to renegotiate the thing.
Like whatever those things that it talks about being like planted throughout the city, don't really want to find out what those things are.
Maybe they're just really aggressive pieces of corn. You know,
Could
like,
be.
yeah.
Maybe it's like a really spicy pepper.
Mm-hmm. Or a pumpkin.
Agrimar will find all peppers.
It grows into a jack-o'-lantern. Ah!
Let's see if the Lord of the Third Hells can stand Agrimar's seat.
Everyone's always giving me shit for my crown. God damn.
I think they're telling you to step the fuck up.
Yeah.
Well,
You're
you
wearing
know,
a crown. Have a throne.
you can't be too ambitious.
Yeah, 'cause
I mean, we are
greed.
planning a coup. That's pretty ambitious of
Well,
us. So.
it has taken
Not-
a long time to gather the power to get to this point, and I did it purposely. Like, I made sure I made friends with the right people.
Did it legit?
Can I say this, that old what's his face was right, and I don't like saying that.
Who's old? What's his face?
The was it Tom, Brad, what's his name?
Who?
The guy that we did like that was drunk all the time.
Ted.
Ted.
Oh.
He was right about the queen. I don't like it. He's like, I don't like that bitch.
He is right. That is true. He was right
From
about the
day
queen.
one, he was like, that bitch ain't right.
Yep. Well, I kind of went up and down on it. Like I was like, I trust her, I don't trust her, I
But you
trust her, I
didn't.
don't trust her. Like I was on trust her just like for a while, and now I'm back on.
You still trust her, but she broke your heart.
No.
I mean, I don't think Rafal ever actually like.
It was for
If you
political
guys haven't
gain.
noticed, Iliosa's a little dull. We never really
Yeah.
had that much fun together.
Has Rafal had fun with anybody besides the party?
I think Rafal has more chemistry with Artoria than anybody else.
That's a good match.
I can't really think of anyone else. Well, I mean, no, that's about it. That's I think I don't know. What do you guys think?
I mean, I have my theories, but
Rafal doesn't flirt too much.
oh, he's focused on his work. He doesn't have time for emotions.
Yeah, and people don't flirt with Rafal too much. I've noticed. I don't know if that's Ryan's fault or my fault. Oh, I don't know.
I think
It
it's
was
your
a
fault.
coffee date with Lady Elijah LaRue.
Oh, that's true. I did kind of stand her up, didn't I? Actually, she just never came calling.
No, you had to go back to Agrimar.
I had to go back to work. I did flirt a little bit with Lady Larange. I forgot about that.
Who is Lady Larange again?
She's
Please?
the one that's in charge of the libraries.
Ah.
She's the one that got us the secret room. You met her.
Yeah.
No, there are just a lot of people, and it's hard for me to.
It's a lot of names.
So many names.
I'm amazed. I've got Ryan's politics on lock. I'm like, no, that's this person. That's this person. Like, have I ever met Toph Ornelos? I don't think I've ever met him. Have I?
I think you ran into him at the coronation. Like,
Oh wow, that would
He
have been
was-
a
He
long
was
time
at the
ago.
party,
Yeah.
but that was
I
like
think
a
you
one
overheard
sentence.
one of his conversations, but
And-
didn't interact with him.
And then
Have any of us
and then
even gone to the academy?
yeah, that's where we came back from. You
Agarmar's gone
haven't,
there.
but the rest of us have, because that's where
That's where
Professor
Barnaby
Barnaby it teleported us back
Oh.
to.
Speaking of which, he is still waiting for an answer, Rafal.
What did Barnaby need from me?
Approval to go into the statue.
Well, I don't want him to.
I know, the poor guy's been out there for fucking like
Yeah,
12 months.
no. He's gonna have to deal with the bureaucratic red tape. I'm sorry, like it's just like because it's what's the word? Fucking dangerous.
I know, the poor guy's been sitting in the desert for so damn long.
It's fine. He should keep an eye on us because once that thing starts floating, because it's gonna be the end of the world, he needs to let us know about it.
Oh my god, it's the Ark.
Because that thing can teleport in time and space. So
Tell me about it.
no, seriously, Zumeria's statue can like float
I
around.
know.
And,
That's why Agramar's here.
so yeah.
Dang, we're dealing with the end of the world. This is.
Mhm.
What are we, level 15? God damn.
Yeah.
Wow, what a session.
We found out our world has an expiration date that is approaching.
And we still don't know where that lich teleported those other phylacteries.
Or
We'll get to it when we get
If
to
we'll
it.
even have time before they regenerate, or if the world will end before they regenerate.
Well, if we could get the crown from the queen, we could stop that from happening. We will have a piece of ecstasy at least. And who knows where fucking Nari is.
So we'll have one piece and all the rest are unaccounted for.
Hey, bright side, no Nari statue.
Yay!
Nari's
Now
not
we
one
know
of
for
those
sure.
guys.
No Phelan statue either.
True. And no Daldric statue.
Well, actually, if he would
Phelan's
have rolled higher on
husband-
his perception check.
Was Phelan's husband a blonde by chance?
He was a cop. Phelan's husband was like a human, right? He wasn't even an elf.
Was he human?
I
No,
don't
he was an
know.
elf.
No.
He was
I
doing
think he was an
like
elf.
200 years of searching, like doing cop work for
Oh,
this family.
okay. Yeah, he's just.
I mean, he's buried in
We
you know,
saw his
Greytown.
body.
I spoke to him. I'm just asking because, you know, if another one of Amanda's characters has the villain, it's a close relation, I'm going to be pissed.
No, the second
You
start.
say his cookie was the one inside of the flower working with
The-
the Golden Lotus.
The thing that we have to pay attention to is the second where people go, "Hey, didn't I see you yesterday?" And they point at Rafal, and we didn't see them yesterday. That's gonna be those are gonna start being the red flags. Because that
Weird
means
deja vu, I guess.
that means the Rafalfelganger's back. Now, luckily, I'm pretty sure that armor isn't coming out of that body.
Yeah, he has the armor and the sword, right?
Yes. Oh God.
And we don't know where the fuck Travash is. But he can stay away, as far as I care.
He could be the golden elf.
No, the golden elf I thought he polymorphed into Rafal.
Yeah, but there's
That's why I was
Clearly
confused. I
That's
thought they
why
were
I'm
the same person.
confused.
there's
I thought they
clearly
were the same
two
person.
right there. No, they can't be. There's a statue of one and a.
I know,
a
but that was the
Rafalfelganger.
token at the beginning, and then Ryan switched him into Rafal's face, and now I'm confused.
Maybe they're twins.
Maybe one of them was a simulacrum.
Yeah, that's probably
Can simulacrums cast polymorph?
no, but clones can.
Clones can.
Simulacrums can cast spells if you have the spells.
Clones can too.
Can you actually have a clone active without like taking over the body? Because I thought
What
they
is
don't
it?
activate until the person's dead.
So what if you put someone else in them?
Oh.
Like they literally had stolen souls.
Yeah, everyone remember when they
Because
died?
the
They were
tiefling-
just like, yeah. She
I
told us,
remember dying to the Golden Lotus.
And
then
Severus, he
their
was killed.
shit got stuffed back into the body.
Yeah, so whatever had their body, what was it? Probably was a different soul.
Yeah. Fucking body switching bullshit.
I knew it. I knew it.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Jeez Louise.
We got a lot to do, y'all.
Got a lot of people to kill.
We got a lot of people to convince.
I mean,
Well,
if you
not
think
really.
about it, it's kind of cool. We only have 11 people left to kill.
Plus, however many Requisitors there are, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that there's not going to be nobody between us and those 11 people.
Plus, the Requisitors should be easy because our weapons are silvered.
That is true.
That's true.
We're ready
we-
for the devil.
You've been ready for your whole lives.
Good thing I'm not a melee character.
He says with an armor class of like 28.
Right.
I don't like getting hit.
All right. Well, I have to pee really bad, so I'm going to take off.
Yeah, I have a class tomorrow to prepare me for student teaching.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Hey, lovely. Hey, FBI, just for the record, if you're listening, we're talking about planning a coup in the fictional Dungeons and Dragons RPG game. We're not talking about doing a coup in the United States like some people might have that you should really do something about. Thank you. Have a nice